Well, good morning. It's 8 o'clock on day 2 of our April council meeting. And we are into coastal pelagic species today, and later some salmon. Before we get started, I'll turn to Executive Director Chuck Tracy for any announcements.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not too much. Again, we are on schedule today, CPS and salmon. Did a good job yesterday. We're able to move a couple of things up. If we have an opportunity, we might consider that again today, possibly salmon, Coho ESA consultation update, but we'll have to check with staff, and we'll have to make sure that we are efficient with our time and have that opportunity, but we'll see. Couple other things, again, as I mentioned at the end of the meeting, for council members, if you weren't there yesterday, tuned in yesterday at the end, I did just want to kind of remind council members, if they have motions in writing, when they forward those to Sandra, if you could CC at least the staff officer that's responsible, so they can have a chance to quickly review the motion before it appears on the screen. Give them a few moments to think about it. I'd appreciate it. And then finally, again, at some point today, we will hopefully be able to show the MREP video, which is a promotional video for the Marine Resource Education Program that people have been very involved with here. That was kind of our contribution this year to that effort. Since we couldn't meet in person, we developed a promotional video, so we'll be playing that at the beginning of some of our breaks. So it's about 1.5 minutes. So hopefully you'll get a chance to take that in and enjoy the narration and the videography there. So that's all I have, Mr. Chair.
All right, thanks very much, Chuck. Well, without further ado, let's get started on agenda item E1, the National Marine Fisheries Service report on CPS management. And Carrie Griffin, please get us started.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is the standard NMFS report for CPS. We have Frank Lockhart, who will give a regulatory update, and then Annie Yao from the Southwest Fisheries Science Center, who will tell us about Science Center activities. And that's my overview of the agenda item.
Great, thanks, Carrie. Any questions for Carrie? All right, Mr. Lockhart, you're up.
Hello, this is Frank. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Okay.
My report will be very short. In your briefing book, there is a NMFS report that specifies a couple of recent rulemakings and also looks ahead on what's coming up. I was not planning on going through any of those one by one, but happy to answer any questions if there are any. And that's the extent of my report.
All right, well, let's see if any folks around the table have any questions on your report or any of the items in your report. And I'm not seeing any hands. I think so far you're in the running for the shortest report. Thank you, Frank. Now we will have a presentation from Annie Yao. I believe it's a PowerPoint presentation there, and welcome, Annie. We cannot hear you.
Mr. Chair, I did get a note. It looks like she maybe isn't online yet. I'm not seeing the attendees, but someone did let me know.
Yeah, I also do not see her online.
I know she's intending to because we discussed this yesterday evening, and I think maybe she is online now. Annie Yao.
Annie Yao, I see your hand up. Annie, welcome, and please proceed.
Good morning, everyone. Sorry to just be joining. A little hectic over here on my end. Thanks for this opportunity. My name's Annie Yao. I am the Director of the Fisheries Resources Division here at the Southwest Fisheries Science Center. here to present today a coastal pelagic species research update. Next slide, please. Thank you. So this slide just summarizes the CPS assessment schedule for the near future. Most of this has been decided upon. So for example, the northern subpopulation of sardine, we completed a catch-only projection as requested. That has been making its way through this round of meetings here, and you guys will hear about it later today. Pacific mackerel is a catch-only projection, and we are slated to present that at the upcoming June council meeting. The central subpopulation of northern anchovy, we are planning on conducting a new benchmark assessment for this. The STAR panel dates have been set for this December 7th through 10th later this year. The presentation to the council, my understanding is that that exact timing has not been sort of discussed and confirmed. Logically, sometime after that December STAR panel and spring, perhaps the April meeting, but again has not been kind of formally set upon. And then also early in 2022, the northern subpopulation of sardine, we're currently scheduled to complete an update assessment of that for the April 2022 council meeting. Kristen Cook yesterday provided a survey update. So I won't go into details there, except to just say that the our spring CPS survey is on the water as we speak and collecting data on those stocks. Next slide. So a bit of happy news among all the impacts to our operations in the pandemic. We have continued to age anchovy and sardine. Staff are able to bring home microscopes and set up workstations. Here's a picture of someone's dining table, for example, that's been completely taken over by this effort. A lot of collaboration continues with CDFW partners to get trained up on readings. We had a couple of new staff come on board who are anticipated to be long-term otolith readers for some CPS species. So training is happening. And then knowing we have an anchovy benchmark, a lot of anchovy readings have occurred. So 3,190 anchovy otoliths have been completely read, meaning they've been double read by 2 people in preparation for the upcoming assessment. 360 sardine otoliths were aged back from 2016. This is my understanding that this is like a double read. So these have been read before and included before, but they weren't double read at the time. And so we went ahead and did that this time. I'll just note that there were no otoliths that we collected in 2020 because of impacted surveys. Those CPS surveys did not go out in 2020. But otherwise, we seem to be caught up with sardine and anchovy otolith reading. Next slide. Okay, so this is, here we're highlighting one of, this is not the only CPS related, research paper that the division's published in recent memory, but this is one we're highlighting here, especially of relevance, I think, to a lot of stakeholders and council here. This is a paper published by two of our cooperative institute grantees who are affiliated with us, and they took a look at how future ocean, sorry, let me get this wording right. So it links ocean projections, a sardine species distribution model, and a catch model to look at how future sardine landings might be impacted given what we have seen historically happen so far with sardine landings. And so the study showed that the shifting northern subpopulation of sardine as it moves northward is going to obviously benefit northern ports, and it's predicted to reduce catches at southern ports. But the authors did note that, they did not model the southern subpopulation responses to climate change. So there is a possibility that, that stock will also shift northward and offset some of that, but that was not quantified or studied here. We did issue a web story on this, and that link is provided there. I see it showing up pretty small, so hopefully people can still access it. Yeah, and so the impact on total catches depends on the rate of warming, which makes sense. So with the fastest warming global climate change models that they tested, it leads to 20% fewer catches relative to the 2000 to 2015 period. Next slide, please. Thanks. So this is the last slide. The economics group and the division have just started an economic survey of the CPS fleet. This is a project that's been funded out of NIMS headquarters economics program. And so the objective for this is to collect data for the approximately 190 fishing vessels that were active during the 2014 or 2019 seasons. So 2014 was chosen as the year prior to the sardine fishery, the large commercial fishery being closed. And the 2019 season was chosen as the most recent year that the fishery operated under the closure, but pre-pandemic. So they're taking a snapshot of 2 places in time. They're going to be asking these vessel operators and owners about revenues, fixed costs, variable costs, number of employees, et cetera. And so the plan is to use this data to facilitate the use of a regional economic impact model to estimate the economic contribution and impacts of the fishery to regional economies. And so they've just, this is in its early stages, they've completed the survey protocol and questionnaire. Right now, they're actively compiling lists, contact information for those vessels. I'm going through the proper channels of contacting states, for example, and seeing if they can get access to some contact information for those vessels, that kind of thing. And so, we anticipate that those industry vessels will be, if all goes well, will be contacted sometime later this spring. And of course, we will circle back with any survey results that come out of this. So I believe this is my last slide. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you very much, Annie. Are there any questions on the presentation? Louis Zim.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Annie, and thank you for this excellent presentation. In view of the current situation, which you may be familiar with the SSC rejecting the catch-only projection that you guys worked so hard on, can you see any flex in this schedule of update assessments and benchmark assessments in anchovy and sardine this year? Are there going to be discussions about perhaps, I shouldn't say reacting to this new news that the SSC did not accept the update assessment for sardine?
Yeah, thanks, Louis. It's a good question. I think what you're trying to get from me is kind of whether we're flexible with the schedule and whether we see our schedule as full at the moment. So certainly we can be flexible to the needs here. And I understand this is, a very unique situation that's happening here. I'll say currently, as the assessment schedule as I presented is a full schedule for our team. If additional work is requested or requested to be adjusted, then that needs to, I guess I would see it as impacting our ability to complete the timeline as it stands, if that makes sense. And so we would not be able to handle an increase in workload for that schedule that as it's in the time frame I've currently presented. We wouldn't be easily able to handle like an increase in workload, for example, without something else being shifted. I think that's what you're asking, Louis.
Yes, that's correct. Through the chair, thank you very much. I just wanted to have a good reality check there, and you provided it, and I greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, Brad Pettinger.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Gorolnik, and thank you, Annie, for the presentation. I think on your fourth page of the presentation, the bottom bullet, we talked about the impact of total catches depending on the rate of warming, with the fastest warming, or the models with the fastest warming leading to 20% fewer catches. Out of curiosity, I mean, obviously you have a lot of different models looking at that warming projections, and where would the medium and the mean of fewer catches be if you looked at all the models together as far as the suite? Where's the medium and the mean as far as what fewer catches might be in the future?
Gosh, Brad, that's a good question. So they did look at more than one warming scenario. And I confess, I don't have that detail off the top of my head. I'd have to kind of look up the paper and, re-review it and see. I don't, so one point of clarification, I don't think they averaged across the different runs they did. So I'd have to, kind of look through the tables and figure out where it is. The last bullet point here shows the extreme value, sort of what they tested. This is the most extreme reaction that they saw. But I'm happy to pull up that information and pass it along the proper channels to get to you.
Yeah, the chair may. That could be good because I think we're looking at making some decisions here about what the future might look like, and I think it'd be really good to have that information. So, well, thank you.
All right, Chuck Tracy. Chuck, you're...
Sorry, got the wrong computer. I got two going here. Thanks for the presentation. I'm going to stick with the same topic that Brad was just mentioning. So I was just kind of curious that the 20% fewer catches relative to the historical period. So I guess my question is that being driven by sardine abundance or sardine distribution, or is that have an influence by the expected effort when if the stock shifts north, for example?
Sure.
So just kind of curious. Yeah.
No, it's a good question, and I appreciate the clarifications here. I'll say that this paper is quite, I don't know the words, meaty, dense, as far as, what they did and the results. And so I appreciate the opportunity to kind of talk through some of the details more. So the paper did not project abundance. The paper looked at distribution. So nowhere does it kind of say what numbers of sardines might be around when. It predicts distribution of the stock. And then it predicts future distribution of the stock based on where we know the stock to have been in recent years. And so, for example, if let's say that ocean temperature was whatever 62 degrees, and we knew, the sardine were distributed just so when it was 62 degrees, and we predict that 62 degree area to shift northward, then we would predict that, those sardines move northward. So it's a distribution model. It's not an abundance model. And so similarly, they took what we know in recent years of where catches were distributed based on distribution of sardine, and then sort of applied that in the future scenarios. So if one port was seeing a 62 degree temperature that was influencing the species distribution and thus the catch, and in the futures that might shift northward, then they were kind of applying that to that new port that was further northward, if that makes sense. So this is an oversimplification, but so it's not based on abundance, it's based on species distribution. And the catch calculations are based on, again, so both species distribution and catch of the future are based on what we're seeing in more recent years, the 2000 to 2015 time period. So I hope I explained that okay.
Yeah, thanks. I guess so. So if I just intuitively, I'm just thinking, well, if it's just a distributional shift, why, and the abundance is the same, why would there be a reduction if effort could shift along with the shifting distribution. So, but I don't know that you expect you to answer that. It was just, that's just sort of the way I was looking at it.
So I don't think they explicitly modeled possible effort distribution shifts, if that makes sense. So vessels choosing to move to a different port, new vessels coming in, things like that were not modeled.
Okay, thanks. I do have another question, Mr. Chair, if that's all right.
Please.
So back on your assessment schedule, I note that we have a Pacific mackerel catch-only projection coming in June of this year. Just kind of curious if there's any possibility of similar problems with that assessment that have been noted for the sardine assessment.
Good question. We are unaware of any issues with that projection at the moment.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Annie. Are there any further questions? I'm not seeing any hands. Thank you very much, Annie.
My pleasure. Thank you.
And I don't see any reports from advisory bodies or management entities. So that will take us to a public comment. There is one public comment, Julie Thayer. So Julie, if you can raise your hand, we'll find you on the list, although I don't see you yet. I do not see Julie Thayer in attendance.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I don't see her either, and I can't offer any other information. I know that she was intending to speak to it, but if she's not here, then I guess she can't.
All right, well, I guess then that concludes a public comment and takes us to council action, which is to discuss the NMFS report. So I'll look for, we don't have anything to approve here. We've had some discussion, some excellent questions on the NMFS presentation, but we have another opportunity here to discuss this agenda item. If it's the council's pleasure to have further discussion. And I'm not seeing any hands. So Carrie, how are we doing?
Well, I think we're doing fine. If there's no more discussion or questions for the NMFS and Southwest Center presenters, then I think that concludes your business under this item.
All right. Thanks, Carrie. Thank you, Frank and Annie, for your presentations. And that concludes agenda item E1 and takes us to agenda item E2, the EFPs. And for that, I will hand the virtual gavel over to Brad Pettinger.
Thank you, Chair Gorelnik, and great work. We're already 6 minutes ahead, so we'll see if we can keep this going. With that, we'll go to E2, and back to you, Carrie.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. This is agenda item E2, exempted fishing permits for 2021 and 2022. It's final action. Under the CPS EFP COP, sorry for all the acronyms, the Council Operating Procedure has initial proposals coming into the November council meeting, and you received 3 preliminary proposals, either mostly for ongoing research, and then today is final action on those 3. Attachment 1 is the West Coast Pelagic Conservation Group proposal. Attachment 2 is the California Wetfish Producers Association proposal that is associated with their aerial survey and point sets. And then attachment 3 is also from the California Wetfish Producers Association, and that is for biological sampling, primarily in Southern California. You also have supplemental reports from the SSC, the CPSMT, and the CPSAS. I'll note that each of these proposals, especially the last two, have tonnage requests associated with them, and because they're for sardine, these are all for sardine, and because the council isn't set to set sardine harvest specifications until agenda item E4, we don't. You might be able to endorse these EFP proposals, but you might have to wait until what the council, you will have to wait until what the council decides under E4 to actually allocate the fish, if that makes sense. So this is what we've done in the last few years. And when there's a lot of fish around, it's less of a big deal, but when there's fewer sardines around, you have to pay a little more attention to obligating fish for these EFP proposals. So anyway, I just wanted to let you know the idea would be to endorse them or not under this agenda item, and then make a final decision about allocating fish under E4. I talked about the materials that are in your briefing book. And so after this overview, we'll go to the reports and comments of management entities and advisory bodies, and then public comment, and then the action is to adopt final EFP recommendations for the 2021 and 2022 fisheries. And then just one point of clarification that I try to make every year is that at this point, it's the proposals that are coming through the council, and then the actual permits are issued by the National Marine Fisheries Service. So for any of these that are endorsed by the council, the proponents, the submitters of these proposals would then apply directly to the National Marine Fisheries Service to get the actual permit. That concludes my overview. I'm happy to take any questions. Otherwise, one more thing, sorry. And we're not planning on having the submitters of these EFP proposals present anything. So we will just go straight to the reports and comments of management entities and advisory bodies. So that concludes my overview. I'll take any questions. Otherwise, we can move on to the reports.
Thank you, Kerry, for the clarifications, and questions for Kerry on his presentation or summary. Okay. Well, seeing none, we'll go to the management team, and Lorna Wargo and Imanis Dorval. Lorna, Imanis?
Good morning.
I think you jumped ahead one.
Am I?
Yeah, for the presenters. Sorry to interrupt. I think we go the SSC, and then Lorna and Imanis, they're slated to do the next agenda item.
My bad, I did not refresh my my log. So, okay. Well, Lorna and Imanis will come back to you. My apologies. And we'll go to the SSC and Galen Johnson. Galen?
Good morning. Thank you. I'm going to be reading the supplemental SSC report for agenda item E2A, Scientific and Statistical Committee report on exempted fishing permits for 2021 to 2022. The Scientific and Statistical Committee received late notice requesting final comment on the 3 exempted fishing permit proposals. The SSC usually does not review late requests. However, some members were able to read through the proposals and offer comments. Particular emphasis was placed on the California Wetland Producers Association EFP proposals for collecting biological samples from a limited directed Pacific sardine fishery and obtaining additional point sets to validate the aerial survey estimates of biomass for the nearshore area. The SSC confirmed its April 2019 and November 2020 conclusions that continuation of the collection of age composition data was useful, particularly if the data helped to inform the age composition of the aerial survey estimate of abundance. The SSC supports the 3 EFPs moving forward and commends the applicants for their dedication to the continued research needed to improve assessment of the northern subpopulation of Pacific sardine and the central subpopulation of northern anchovy. And that concludes our statement.
Thank you, Galen. Question for Galen on the SSC report. Okay, thank you. And now we'll go to the management team and Lorna Wargo and Manas Duval.
Good morning, and this will be just Lorna Wargo. So thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I will be reading the Coastal Pelagic Species Management Team report on exempted fishing permits for the 2021-22 fishing year. The Coastal Pelagic Species Management Team reviewed 3 proposals for exempted fishing permits, one from the West Coast Pelagic Conservation Group, Agenda Item E2, Attachment 1, and 2 from the California Wetfish Producers Association, Agenda Item E2, Attachments 2 and 3. Both parties are reapplying for exemptions from any potential restrictions on directed fishing for Pacific sardine during the 2021-2022 sardine fishing season. Several members of the CPSMT attended the Scientific and Statistical Committee discussion regarding the 3 EFP applications. The CPSMT agrees with the SSE views on the value of the EFP applications. The CPSMT recommends the Council endorse all 3 EFP applications and the amount requested in each EFP. The CPSMT recommended under Agenda Item 4A, Supplemental CPSMT Report 1, setting the annual catch target close to the total of the average 6 years of Pacific sardine landings in the various sectors, that is live bait, minor directed, etc., and the total amount requested in the EFP. Should the Council decide to set a lower Pacific sardine ACT than proposed by the management team, the CPSMT recommends the Council prioritize approval of the full tonnage request from the West Coast Pelagic Conservation Group, Collaborative Acoustic Survey, and the California Wetfish Producer Association Aerial Survey Point Set EFPs. The CPSMT does not see the California Wetfish Producer Association EFP request to collect biological samples through directed fishing as high of a priority for full tonnage allotment as the other 2 EFPs. And that concludes our statement. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Lorna. Questions for Lorna on the first report? Okay, continue, Lorna.
Mr. Chair, I think we'll move to the CPSAS report now. I think you're looking at agenda item E3. We're on E2.
I'll move my cursor now up. Okay. Thank you, Lorna, and thank you, Carrie. And now to the CPA SAS and Steve Crook. Steve?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman and council members. I will be reading from agenda item supplemental CPSAS report 1. The Coastal Pelagic Species Advisory Subpanel discussed the request for 3 commercial exempted fishing permits, 2 by the California Wetfish Producers Association in conjunction with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, and another by the West Coast Pelagic Conservation Group in cooperation with the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife. All collaborative projects intend to address the continuing need for data, including alternative biological sampling and collection by purse seine net to assess CPS biomass inshore of the current National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Administration acoustical trawl surveys. Both the WCP and CWPA are working collaboratively with NMFS Southwest Fisheries Science Center in an effort to improve survey data collection that will lead to better informed stock assessments and fishery management. The two surveys will focus on confirming biological composition and school size of CPS estimated by acoustical surveys and spotter planes. In addition, a third survey will collect biological data, especially fishery age structure data. Fishery age data have not been included in the model since the directed fishery closed in 2015. The CPSAS urges the Council to approve these EFP proposals. A minority of the CPSAS supports approval of the WCP-EFP proposal, but differs from the majority of the CPS regarding the two EFP proposals from CWPA. While a minority, the conservation representative appreciates the importance of continuing biological research in nearshore waters, a minority recommends not moving forward with the CWPA's biological sampling EFP proposal due to the collapse condition of sardines. With respect to the CWPA's Poinsett EFP, a minority recommends consideration of lower catch levels than those requested, in keeping with the lower accepted biological catch and annual catch limits on sardines for 2021-22. And that concludes my statement.
All right. Thank you, Steve. Questions for the CPSAS? Okay. Thank you, Steve. And with that, I guess we'll go to public comment. And I see we have 3 cards. So we'll start out with Diane Plester-Steele, followed by Jeff Schester. Diane?
Good morning, Mr. Vice Chair and council members. Diane Pleshner-Steele, California Wet Fish Producers Association. And I had submitted a supplemental that shows the age data that we have been collecting. And I want to thank the Department of Fish and Wildlife in California for their extraordinary efforts in behalf of helping us and doing all the age sampling. And it's been a pretty substantial project, taking an awful lot of time and commitment, both from the boats and the department. I want to say thank you very much to the department. And also, I would like to point out, with regard to our biosampling EFP, that these are the only age data that are going to be available for the West Coast for 2020, since the Southwest Center did not collect any otoliths during 2020 because their surveys were discontinued. And I also want to thank the SSC and report, reiterating their report. They're confirming their conclusions that a continuation of the collection of age composition data is useful, and particularly if it helps to support the aerial survey. And the project that we designed, our biosampling project, was designed in communication with the lead stock assessment scientist, because, as you know, there has been no fishery age data in the model since 2015. And I'm definitely afraid that we're going to wind up, if we don't continue to collect age data in the fishery, we're going to wind up in the same situation that we are now with anchovy, where you had, a decline in the anchovy fishery and the lack of sampling. And now 25 years later, here we are trying to recreate something that's impossible to recreate. So I would ask for your support for both of our EFPs, including the spotter pilot survey, which we're going to be focusing on Monterey this year, and then allow us to continue collecting biological data for the fishery, which I think is going to be absolutely critical going forward, and especially so now that the fishery is closed and will continue to be closed for the foreseeable future. So I would really appreciate your support for this, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Diane.
Oh, one other point I wanted to clarify, because in the preamble, Carrie Griffin made a comment that our biosampling is focused in Southern California. That's incorrect. Our biosampling is focused on northern stock, and we've done as much in Monterey as we have in Southern California, in fact, even more so. And I have in my PowerPoint that I'll be giving under E4, I've got the bio data plugged into that, so I'll share it with you then. But anyway, thank you so much for consideration, and I hope you can approve this and see the need for collecting biological data. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Diane. Questions for Diane on her comment? Maggie Summer, Maggie?
Thanks very much, Vice Chair. Diane, thanks for the testimony and for the EFPs that you've submitted. I have a question on the amount of sardine requested in the biological sampling EFP, recognizing that the council will not finalize amounts until we get to the E4 agenda item. But as we're talking about the EFPs here, in reading through the materials you submitted for the EFP, I see that you've noted that the stock assessment scientist was recommending a minimum of at least 6 landings per semester in both Monterey and Southern California, and which I guess would come out to a minimum of 24 landings. And then I see your comment that 20 metric tons per landing is what would be needed to basically pay the cost, pay for the captain and crew and costs, et cetera, of conducting the EFP activities, including the additional sorting and sampling assistance needed. Let's see, the 620 metric tons requested, if those really were 20 metric tons each, and I know that's an unrealistic, he can't just go out and bring in exactly 20 metric tons each time, but that would come out to 31 metric tons. And maybe I'll back out of my math here. What I'm really getting at is there, what do you think the potential for achieving this EFP with some lesser amount than 620 metric tons is? We'll obviously be having some discussions about the total amounts of sardines available for all the fisheries, and it's tight. So just interested in hearing from you a little bit more on that. I think we all support the science value of this EFP, just looking for, could it be accomplished with a little bit less sardine take?
Thank you through the vice chair, and thank you, Maggie, for your question. On the back of my supplemental, I put in a kind of a chart that kind of played out. We chose the number 20 for a couple of reasons. One of which is trying to replicate what the bare minimum landing would be if fishing were taking place, recognizing, and I think you did, that the landings when they were out catching sardines were catching, substantially more than 20 tons. And so what we were trying to make it is something as real as possible with as least the fewest amount of fish as possible, and then playing it out over the season. And then we actually figured more than like 32 because we bumped up the landings during the aerial survey months so that we could actually accomplish taking samples in conjunction with the aerial survey. So that added a few more. And then when I talked to the fishermen, I asked them how much would it cost for you guys to go out and run and to do this? And that was how so there were a number of reasons why we came to 20. But, going back, I could ask the fishermen, would they be willing to go for less? Or if we could find some money, maybe we could go out and have them go out and do for less. But I think it's important, whatever the number, if we could go for like 15 tons, that might be something that would be possible. That would knock a couple hundred tons off. So there is a possibility, but I haven't been able to confirm it with fishermen. And the main thing is the need to collect them over the period of time. That was one of the things that the stock assessment scientists said, that they would like to see, see the age data coming in over the course of the period, not just one big chunk. So that's why we kind of spread it out so that we've got roughly one or two, like in And then the other thing is we're avoiding the summer months in Southern California. So we're trying to target northern stock sardine. So getting a minimum of 6. So the flow chart spread out so that, what is that, semester? I always get my semester. Semester 1, which is the July to December, we would do 6, but we would focus them all in this, the fall months. In Monterey, we would do 10. And then in Southern California, in semester 1, we do 8 and then 8. But that, I guess the long story short is, we need to get representative samples throughout the semester, not just once. Mm-hmm. And we need to focus on getting as many as we can during the aerial survey so we can, corroborate, produce the age data for the aerial survey bioestimates, which is what one of the things the SSC recommended. But, if this council would be willing to continue to allow us to do this, we could maybe work, if it would be helpful to work for like 500 tons or if we did 15 tons, I could get the boys to go out and do it for 15 tons. We could maybe do it for 450 tons. So I guess the point I guess I'm trying to make is we put it in at 600, hoping that we would be allowed at least that much. But if, we're going to be working very closely with the Department of Fish and Wildlife also. And we do, and during the course of the season, we keep track of where the other landings are. And clearly, we don't want to impinge on any of the other fisheries. So, if other fisheries were taking more, we would take less. But having the opportunity to catch it if it's there and available to us, it helps the fishermen who are doing it voluntarily otherwise. And they can't afford to do it anymore. You're going to hear from me in the next agenda item that we're all on the verge of bankruptcy, many of us. Anyway, I don't know if I answered your question. I feel like I'm babbling, but I guess long story short, we would appreciate receiving as much as you can allow us to do this because it's critically important to keep catching, producing age data for this fishery.
Thank you.
Did I answer your question?
You did. I found that very helpful. And in particular, it helped me understand the table in your supplemental public comment materials better. So I appreciate the information. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Maggie.
Thank you, Diane. Further questions for Diane? Okay, thanks, Diane. And move on to Jeff Shester, followed by Mike Okoniewski. Mike or Jeff?
Great. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. This is Jeff Shester representing the conservation organization Oceana. We are very concerned, given the low state of the sardine population and the overfish condition, that the council needs to be very, very careful and judicious on any directed catch for EFPs, because these removals do come at the cost of potentially slowing the rebuilding and further lowering the stock. That said, we are supportive of the Pacific Northwest EFP by the West Coast Pelagic Conservation Group. We support this because we believe it will continue the acoustic transects into the near shore to get at that biomass that's a gap in the larger vessels survey approach, and because it's adding on to those acoustic transects, it can directly add to the ATM survey estimates to improve those. And we believe that the 10 metric tons is a reasonable amount in that EFP. However, we strongly oppose the CWPA biological sampling EFP and ask the council not to endorse that EFP going forward. The SSC did discuss this and did confirm that information on fishery age data would have minimal effects on the overall assessment and generally very little value because it does not inform recruitment. And what it does inform is the age of a directed fishery, but since there is no directed fishery, that doesn't actually make a difference in the assessment. 620 metric tons, we believe, is excessive, given the need to minimize sardine mortality on an overfished stock. And we point out that nearly the entire 620 metric tons would be sold commercially to pay for research, whereas we did hear from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife that only a few hundred fish are actually needed for sampling. So if this is to go forward, it needs to have an alternative funding model, not directed catch of an overfished species to pay for it. The SSC stated that the biological samples would have more use for aerial survey point sets. So we believe that the biological samples should be collected directly as part of those point sets, not as part of a separate directed commercial fishery EFP. With respect to the other aerial survey EFP by CWPA, we do question the value of that. We have seen that there is no direct way to add aerial survey estimates to ATM surveys because they're apples and oranges in terms of the data that's collected, and it can only be kind of added or bumped up in a more qualitative way that's indirect. And we believe to fill in the gaps in nearshore biomass from a research perspective, it's much more useful to continue those acoustic surveys with industry vessels into the nearshore as per the Pacific Northwest EFP. And basically what we've seen is the 300 metric tons is being used to calibrate the aerial surveys, and we don't believe that is as critical a need as just simply getting the surveys done. So if that does move forward, we would like to see the council minimize the catch allowance for the point sets, and that those point sets would be where the biological samples are taken, not in the separate biological sampling EFP. Just in conclusion, if sardines were healthy and abundant right now, these levels of take wouldn't be of concern, but now we are at extremely low numbers. And while the science can and should be improved, the biggest problem is the lack of recruitment and the low numbers of the stock, not the fact that somehow the science isn't good enough. So we really urge the council to be careful and judicious on these EFPs at this time, given the status of the stock, and really only allocate EFP catch of sardines to those that are going to provide the most value in terms of informing assessments. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Question on Jeff's testimony. Brianna Brady. Brianna?
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Jeff, for your perspectives and sharing your thoughts. I'm wondering if in your discussions in this topic, if you've had a chance to look into helping to pay for the alternative you proposed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Brady, for the question. At this point, we do not see the value of that data as we just described based on the conversation by the SSC. The value of those biological samples play a very little value in the assessments. And so we do not believe it is a priority that would warrant putting funding down. We do note that the CPS fisheries have been together off of California on the bringing in revenues of the scale of 30 million plus per year, and putting a burden like that on an NGO, we don't believe is an appropriate or fair way to proceed, given that the primary value of this is for the industry to try to catch more fish. So we would like to see, if there really is an importance, we would like to see the industry take more initiative to try to find those alternative funds as per the Pacific Northwest study that did get Salt and Stall Kennedy funds. But right now, because it's a low priority value of data and it won't affect the stock assessment, we don't believe that it's a high priority right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Further questions for Jeff? Louis Zim. Louis?
Well, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you for your testimony, Jeff. It's always good to see this perspective. As you might have noticed, I asked Annie earlier about the assessments coming up and whether there was flexibility, sardine versus anchovy, et cetera. The last sardine, this catch-only sardine assessment was rejected. And I wonder for the next catch-only assessment of sardine, how do you see that could be any better with the same restriction on catch? Where do you see the information coming to inform that assessment? Maybe you could talk about that a little bit for us. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair and Mr. Zim for the question. I think as we've stated before, I think unless and until the surveys that are being used, particularly the acoustic trawl survey, sees a major increase in sardine biomass, the low levels that it currently is are inherently going to have a high level of uncertainty, regardless of how much data is collected, simply due to the hit or miss nature when and the high CV values associated with low biomass. Basically, none of these surveys are very accurate when the stock is at low biomass, and collecting additional biological samples, as I stated before and was mentioned by the SSC, doesn't have a big impact on what those biomass estimates are. So we would hope the effort is placed more on the anchovy stock assessment, and that would really be the priority, given there hasn't been one for over 25 years. And unless and until there really is a substantial change seen in the surveys in terms of a major increase in recruitment, continuing to invest a lot of money in something that is inherently very uncertain doesn't seem to give us the bang for the buck that we would like to see. So certainly collecting biological samples in a healthy stock is helpful, but if those are going to be collected, they should really be collected in a way that's not using sardine catch to pay for the research, as well as ensuring that the sampling that are collected are from the most appropriate sources, particularly from the surveys, not from a directed fishery that doesn't exist.
Through the Vice Chair, thank you. That's very informative. I appreciate it. Thank you, Jeff.
Thanks, Jeff. Further questions for Jeff? Okay, thank you. Moving to Mike Okoniewski. Mike? Are you there?
Yeah. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Basically, I just wanted to say I was available to answer any questions about our EFP, but I think the two individuals before me brought up some interesting points. I guess having sat through the SSC rejection process, there was we caught more sardines basically than there were sardines to catch, and that presents a problem unless there was a huge recruitment. But there's no evidence that there was. Maybe not a huge recruitment, but more than they had. So I guess there's the fact that the SSC report also recommends doing some things to, I guess, better inform us about the nature of the sardine stock. And that I don't think the ATM survey was does pretty well, I think, in offshore. And it's got some, well, inability to go inshore and to really map out what is inshore. In the Northwest right now, we're not finding much inshore, but we are finding it. For example, there's a lot more herring than I think anybody anticipated. And what the SSC was getting at is the need probably to have more indices for sardines. I think these EFPs can help pave the way to do that. In particular, I mean, our survey is working under the direction of the Science Center and in collaboration very closely with WDFW. And we've put together, I think, a realistic simulation of what the offshore boat is doing. The sampling has to be different inshore, and we're cognizant of that fact, but it's accepted at this point, and we've gone through a really stringent process as far as the way we're taking samples and the protocols and following the guidelines very closely. I think that our organization, CWP, or West Coast Pelagic Conservation Group, is in support of what's going on in California for those additional EFPs for one reason and one reason only, is to gather more data and to hopefully better inform what's going on in the near shore, because California in particular does seem to have a lot of sardines, whether or not the stock structure makes them Mexican or northern stock is a matter for some debate. But I believe the way they're going about it now, they're going to concentrate primarily on the northern stock by temperature delineation. And so these things are all important questions. When you've got two stocks that are mixing together and you can't fish one of them, and you can't really actually tell just precisely how much there is of either stock, that's a problem, especially for the fisheries, because they just get cut off. So I believe that what's going on here is, number one, is we had a little bit of a revolution as to the approach we're using. And we're not tossing the baby out with the bathwater approach. ATM is very important overall. But so I think these industry surveys are very important too. And I'll just as I'm talking away here, I'm going to say that the sail drones are not going to replace these because they can't go inshore as far and they can't collect samples. So they are important in my estimation anyway. And I would say that our group does support what's going on in those California surveys. And we're glad to see that we're maybe moving a different direction as far as gathering more data or taking a bigger look or another look at, whether the ATM alone has the ability to see everything there is. And I think this is a very complex stock in a behavioral sense. And I'll leave it at that. And thank you for your time and be happy to answer any questions. For the record, Mike Okaneski, and I'm testifying for West Coast Coastal Pelagic Group. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Mike. Questions for Mike on his testimony? Okay. Well, seeing none, that takes us to public comment and brings us to council action, which is to approve or not these 3 EFP permits. And important to keep in mind that we're not sure how many fish we're going to have because that's going to be taken care of in E4. So with that, I'll look for hands to start council discussion. And Brianna Brady. Brianna.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I would like to express my appreciation for the West Coast Pelagic Conservation Group and the California Wetfish Producers Association for the past work they have done for these EFPs and for being willing to continue to collect the data needed for this research. I think it's important to continue these 3 different projects because they all help to improve science that we would be using to assess sardine. I just wanted to offer those initial thoughts.
Thank you, Brianna. Further discussion? Maggie Summer. Maggie?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Certainly like to echo Brianna's appreciation to the proponents of these EFPs and recognition of the need for and value of collecting additional information on sardine. In particular, we've been hearing a little bit about the relative value of biological data and age data for sardine. And while I appreciate that it as the assessments are currently structured, age data not coming from a directed fishery is not terribly informative for the outcomes. I do see the value of collecting the information. I know we will be talking about some recommendations as well, and some considerations of changes in how we approach sardine assessment and management in the future, and certainly having some biological data to inform our understanding of sardine stock structure in many ways, I continue to believe will be valuable and support collecting that through an EFP.
Thank you, Maggie. Further discussion? Corey Niles. Corey?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and not to repeat what Brianna and Maggie said, but we're seeing it in similar ways, and that these are valuable. We have the recommendations of the team and the SSC, but I think, as you noted, Mr. Vice Chair, that we, along the lines of the questions Maggie was asked Diane during public testimony, might look at some of the set-asides as in E4, I believe, is where we'll be doing that. So just wanted to note, yes, support for these EFPs. Do you think we should look at some of the catch allowances, in the context of what we'll have available for ACLs, ACTs, and all that?
Thank you, Corey. Further discussion? Brianna Brady. Brianna?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I have a motion if you'd like one.
I would.
Great. Thank you, Sandra. I move the council adopt the exempted fishing permit proposals in agenda item E2 and attachments 1, 2, and 3 for consideration of harvest amounts under agenda item E4.
Okay. Brianna, does the language accurately reflect your motion?
Yes, thank you.
I'm looking for a second, and Bob Dooley seconds. Thank you, Bob. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Each of these EFPs helps to improve the science for sardine in different aspects. The first EFP provides information associated with improving nearshore acoustics, and the second EFP will provide verification of tonnage estimates that are associated with the nearshore aerial surveys. And the third EFP helps to maintain the long-term data set of age and other biological data associated with the fishery, and also provides that same information to inform what size and age classes the aerial survey observes. I think it's important for this research to continue, and that it's valuable to have industry participants as collaborators in helping to collect and provide data for use in management.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Questions for the motion maker? Okay. Seeing no hands, I'll call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Okay. Thank you. I'll look to Carrie. Carrie, does that take care of this agenda item?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. That does take care of this agenda item. If there's no further guidance or anything from the council, then you've accomplished your business under this item.
Very good. Great work. Thank you, everyone. And with that, we'll go into E3. And Carrie, please get us rolling here.
Okay, good. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. You've been eager to get to E3, so here we are. This is a review of essential fish habitat for coastal pelagic species, of course. The council was set a year ago to adopt a phase 1 action plan for an initial review of CPS EFH. We all know what happened to the April meeting last year. However, and so the council didn't get a chance to formally adopt a work plan and move forward, but it was clear at that point, and then in subsequent general discussions under things like future workload planning, that the council was in favor of moving forward. And so we worked with the Southwest Fisheries Science Center and the CPS management team and the West Coast region to go ahead and initiate this phase 1 work, which consists primarily of literature survey and review. We posted a public notice, a call for information, and then got a small amount of funding from NMFS headquarters to help the Southwest Science Center support this literature review. So what you have here today is consideration of the phase 1 report. And the idea is that if there's enough new information to warrant considering actual changes to the components of EFH that are in the CPS FMP and its associated appendices, then the council can move forward with phase 2. What you have in your briefing book materials is an advanced CPS MT report with the Southwest Center's literature review and summary attached. And in the supplemental materials, you have a presentation that Lorna and Imanis Dorval will give. And then you also have a CPS AS report, and you have a Habitat Committee report in your materials. So after I finish here, we'll go to those management entities and advisory bodies, and then there is public comment. And then back to the action, it's to review the phase 1 report and determine if modifications to EFH provisions are warranted. If the council does choose to move forward with phase 2, then the CPS MT would take the lead on developing a scope of work and an action plan for phase 2. So this is basically identical to what you considered at the March meeting under HMS, because they are also doing their EFH review just about one meeting ahead of CPS. So there's my overview of the agenda item. I'll take any questions. Otherwise, we can move ahead with a presentation from Lorna and Manas.
Thank you, Carrie. And any questions for Carrie on his situation summary? Okay. Seeing none, we will go to the team and Lorna Wargo and Imanis Dorval. Lorna, Imanis?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Can you hear me well?
I can. You're good.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, thanks again. My name is Imanis Dorval, and I work for the Life History Program at the Southwest Fisheries Science Center. So together with Lorna, I will present to you the phase 1 report on the CPS Essential Fish Habitat Review. Next slide. To facilitate the discussion, we have divided this talk into parts. In the first part, I will give an overview of the process that was used to develop this review and while outlining some of the major outcomes of the literature review. In the second part, Lorna will discuss the review of required components and the recommendation made by the coastal pelagic species management team. Next slide. As you all know, The Magnuson-Stevens Act required that FMPs should describe and identify essential fish habitat for each species in the FMP's Fishery Management Unit. Federal regulation also required that FMPs identify any adverse impact from fishing and non-fishing activities and recommend conservation measures while considering habitat of particular concern. So this regulation also require to address many other EFH components that Lorna will discuss later. Next slide, please. So the phase 1 review was developed under this federal requirement and guidance, and in respect of the definition of the EFH in the CPS FMP that I'm showing in this slide. However, it is important to note that first, EFH for a CPS was originally defined based on finfish species and market squid life history. But this definition does not fully address the habitats occupied by all life stages of market squid. Another aspect of this definition that is important is that the definition restricts EFH habitat to be within the U.S. economic exclusive zone from California to Washington, although the natural range of CPS stock extends far beyond the geographic boundary set by this definition. Next slide. In this literature review, we focus mostly on evaluating published and unpublished scientific papers and reports, and in reviewing any information from interested parties that can support or improve the elements of CPS EFH. Another objective was also to describe and identify fishing and non-fishing activities that may adversely affect CPS EFH habitat of particular concern, among others. Next slide. So for the review, we focused mainly on 4 finfish species: Pacific sardine, Pacific mackerel, northern anchovy, and jack mackerel. Next slide. We look at also papers that were published on market squid and the most 2 dominant krill species, Ephysia pacifica and Tissanorisa spinifera. Next slide. For the review, we look at over more than 357 papers, but these tables show the papers that was relevant to the distribution and habitat identification of the CPS assemblage. So, and for finfish and market squid, we restrict the review between 2010 and 2020. And for krill, we review all papers that were relevant to habitat and distribution of CPS prior to 2021. Next slide. So in terms of outcome, one of the major findings of this review was that there is now coastwide survey data that cover the range of all of the finfish stock in U.S. waters. And this data have been used to study the seasonal and entennial distribution of these stocks and to develop better ecosystem model to predict their distribution in function of physical processes and biological processes that control their habitat use and dynamics. Despite observed shifts that have been shown by several papers, the distribution of finfish species generally remain within the expected geographic range. Next slide. However, the abundance of finfish species continues to be mostly controlled by environmental conditions. As you know well, Pacific sardine is is in a period of very low biomass, and Pacific mackerel biomass has been declining since 2008. In contrast, both anchovy and jack mackerel biomass have increased in recent years, although to different extent. Next slide. Similarly to finfish species, market squid is still distributed within its expected geographic range, but the population has shifted northward since the 2015 and 2016 El Nino, and due to recently some marine heat waves effect. But in general, better data are now available to characterize the distribution and habitat use of each life stage of market squid, although the population has decreased significantly since 2016. Next slide. Krill species such as Ephesia pacifica remain broadly distributed in subarctic Pacific Ocean and seas. However, since the 1980s, the distribution of Tisanosa spinifera has shifted northward, and the species is now mostly abundant between the Bering Sea and Central California. You need to note in the past, you used to find the species abundantly off Mexico. So like other species, oceanic processes and atmospheric events continue to control the distribution of all krill species, with many of the species forming hotspots that are now associated with, that have been identified to be associated with marine predators and marine physical features, such as marine canyon. Next slide. This slide summarizes the major findings of the literature review. The first one, although spawning, juvenile, and adult habitat may have shifted under environmental conditions, most CPS stock are still distributed within the expected geographic range. Beyond temperature, new physical and biological parameters have been used to model and predict the distribution of CPS habitats. So now we have long-term series of CPS predator diets have been developed along better assessment of the impact, allowing better assessment of the impact of the abundance of the CPS stock on the maintenance of the California CPS, California current ecosystem. Throughout the review, we find no new evidence of MSA fishing activities that may significantly impact CPS essential fish habitat. And as I told you previously, the abundance of CPS of most CPS stock is still driven by environmental conditions. So I'm going to stop now and let Lorna take over to complete the talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Manas. I think maybe we'll take some questions here since it's fresh in people's mind before we go on to Lorna. So with that, I'll ask for questions for Manas on part one, if any. Okay, very good. Thank you. And Lorna, on to you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Amanis. I will be presenting a summary of the management team's review of the federally required EFH components and our recommendations. For this review, we examined the multiple amendments of the CPS-FMP appendices and the SAFE to determine if all the required components were addressed. For some background, for the purposes of EFH, the 4 CPS finfish and squid have been treated as a complex and are primarily described in Amendment 8 from 2000, whereas krill, which didn't come under council management until 2009, is described in Amendments 12 and 17. In our review, we found the existing information captured across FMP and Appendix C's is largely sufficient for most of the components shown here. The habitats and the geographic extent of the habitat that comprises EFH across life stages are clearly identified, with the exception of market squid. And here there was information we felt warranted further consideration. And also we may want to revisit treating squid in the same complex as the finfish species. Similarly, we found potential adverse effects from fishing and non-fishing activities are described for the finfish, but note that some fishery descriptions are out of date and the non-fishing activities addressed could be updated as well to include potential effects from renewable energy projects or other new activities such as aquaculture. We noted some gaps, which include non-fishing activity effects on krill were not addressed, and non-MSA managed fisheries, that is state or tribal fishery effects, have not been addressed for any of the species. The FMP does include provisions and processes that support conservation through its point of concern framework and a suite of harvest control rules. In terms of maps, there are maps. They were developed based on seasonal average temperatures dating from the 50s to the 80s. So we suggest an evaluation of contemporary temperature time series and production of maps with newer software, even if the underlying data doesn't change, recognizing that more robust mapping capacity exists now. And finally, we noted some structural improvements that could be made as we address in a phase 2, because we note that EFH provisions and descriptions are spread across various appendices or within the FMP amendments. So it would be useful to consider consolidating those. Next slide, please. So based on the examination of these components and the results from the literature review, the management team is recommending the council advance the EFH review to phase 2. While we found the existing EFH provisions remain consistent with best available science for the most part, there is substantial new information that could be incorporated as improvements. And as each phase of the EFH review has its own schedule and scope, we've provided a list of tasks that could be considered for phase 2 in our report, and those are summarized here. So we would look at incorporating the new information from the literature review, addressing some of the information gaps. We would look at an alternative approach to a complex of whether or not we retain the current arrangement or perhaps take a species-specific approach. Further analyze and address information gaps. Update fishery descriptions. We noted one of the descriptions for anchovy included reference to the reduction fishery, which has not existed in many years. Further, we'd evaluate the maps and produce new versions. And here, this is again referencing the structural organization of the EFH information across the FMP and appendices, and we've kind of flagged it 17. That's just to indicate where we currently are. It could also fall into a future amendment. And then finally, we want to update the bibliography. We haven't prioritized these tasks and recognize that there may be others that could be considered. So with that, that concludes my part of the part 2 presentation. Next slide, please. And so with that, Mr. Vice Chair, we could take questions.
Very good, Lorna. Thank you. Thank you for that. And we have a hand up already. Louis Zim. Louis?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you very much for this, Lorna. It's It's always fascinating talking about this subject, and as you know, I've had much interest in it. Specifically to the alternative approach to treating species, can you elucidate that a bit more? You mentioned an individual species approach. I take it this is in the description of the EFH, or what do you have in mind there?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Then. The way that originally the species were addressed was to have a complex of the 4 finfish species, so sardine, anchovy, and the mackerels, with squid based on their similar life histories and habitat usage. So the idea there was just perhaps one, maybe separate out market squid and treat the 4 finfish species together going forward, and separate market squid out, or perhaps, again, depending on the information, we might look at the 4 finfish species separately. So we didn't want to commit to an approach, but just flag that as one area for potential review as we delve further into the literature and where that might lead us. So that was the intent behind flagging that item.
Well, I thank you for flagging that, Lorna. Thank you very much for that through the chair. The life histories of squid are quite different from life histories of the finfish, and then also the ranges of the adult fish in reference specifically to jack mackerel are quite different between the finfishes. So that's a very good point, and I look forward to looking into that.
Okay. Thank you, Louis. Further questions for the team? Okay. Thank you, Laura and Ivanis, for that. And with that, we'll go to the CPS-AS and Gilly Lyons. Gilly?
Good morning, Mr. Vice Chair and members of the council. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Great, thanks. I will be reading from Supplemental CPS-AS Report 1. The Coastal Pelagic Species Advisory Subpanel reviewed the Coastal Pelagic Species Management Team Report 1 under this agenda item, as well as the literature review report prepared by the Southwest Fisheries Science Center, and received an update from Dr. Amanda Storval and Ms. Lorna Wargo regarding both documents. We appreciate all the work that has already gone into phase 1 of the CPS Essential Fish Habitat Review and offer the following comments and recommendations for the Council's consideration. The CPS-AS supports the CPS-MT's recommendation that the Council advance this EFH review to phase 2. We also concur with the CPS-MT's proposed task list of next steps from page 6 of the report as the Council considers the scope and objectives for this second phase of the review. Additionally, we echo the CPS-MT's recommendation that phase 2 include a thorough description of non-fishing impacts on CPS EFH, including climate change, ocean acidification, and offshore development, such as renewable energy and aquaculture projects. The CPS-AS thanks the Council for its consideration of our comments.
Thank you, Gilly. Question for Gilly on the CPS-AS report? Okay. Thank you. Seeing none, we'll go to the Habitat Committee and Corey Green. Corey?
Can you hear me?
We can.
This is Corey Green of NOAA Fisheries from the Northwest Fisheries Science Center. Thank you, Vice Chair and members of the Council. I'll be reading Supplemental HC Report 1, Habitat Committee Report on Review of Essential Fish Habitat. The Habitat Committee thanks Dr. Amanda Storval and Ms. Lorna Wargo of the Coastal Pelagic Species Management Team for presenting a summary of Phase 1 of the CPS Essential Fish Habitat Review to the HC. The HC believes there is sufficient information to proceed to Phase 2. The HC recommends the phase 2 scope and objectives include the 7 tasks, A through G, offered by the management team on page 6 of their report. Furthermore, the HC recommends that phase 2, for 1, evaluate whether known aggregations or hotspots for other CPS species, in addition to market squid, should be considered habitat areas of particular concern, or HAPCs. The HAPC definition is not limited to fixed habitat features and includes conditions that provide important ecological function. For example, HAPCs for salmon include thermal refugia. As noted in the Phase 1 report, new studies identified marine canyons as hotspots for krill, and there is enough new information on spawning habitat for sardine, anchovy, and other life stages that will be used to update the species maps and could help identify HAPCs. Benefits of HAPC designation are that federal actions are reviewed with increased scrutiny during the EFH consultation process and can be used as a tool for focusing conservation efforts. In addition, number 2, we recommend that the phase 2 evaluates the adverse impacts from non-fishing actions, including new actions stemming from recent federal initiatives promoting aquaculture in estuaries and oceans, offshore energy development, and desalination plants. The Groundfish Fisheries Management Plan EFH Appendix can provide updated information on some of these activities. And thirdly, we recommend that the phase 2 evaluate whether dynamic habitat changes, for example, upwelling, dissolved oxygen, primary production, in addition to sea surface temperature, deserve further consideration in the EFH description or other sections, for example, in maps or fishing and non-fishing impacts. Thank you.
Thank you, Corey. Questions for Corey on the Habitat Committee report? Okay, thank you. Seeing none, or seeing that we're finished with the reports, we'll go to public comment, and we have one card in. It'd be Jeff Chester. Jeff?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. This is Jeff Chester representing Oceana. We wanted to voice our support for moving to phase 2 of the CPS EFH review. And we support the Habitat Committee's recommendations specifically of including consideration of habitat areas of particular concern for coastal pelagic species, particularly areas that are spawning areas, as well as the nearshore habitats for anchovy and sardines, as well as krill hotspots. We also support the increased focus on minimizing adverse impacts of non-fishing activities, particularly aquaculture, wind energy, wave energy, climate change, acidification, and desalination. We are concerned that the CPS-MT concluded that there are no impacts of MSA fisheries on essential fish habitat. And particularly, we'd point out that the review did not consider or estimate the extent of bottom contact by the market squid purse seine activities on seafloor habitats. Particularly, that there could be a review of logbooks to determine the extent to which the water depth of the set locations are shallower than the depth of the purse seine nets, as well as evaluate any catch of benthic species. And we did want to just remind the council that the effects of prey removals on EFH by the CPS fisheries have not been considered to date in terms of EFH impacts, even though they clearly, prey removals clearly are potential impacts on EFH for multiple species. We did not see a review of this in the rebuilding plan. We don't see it in the CPS FMP. The review has not happened in the specifications or in for example, most recently at the March meeting on HMS EFH, where it was discussed and concluded that that review would happen elsewhere, but it was not clear where. So we just want to remind the council of the importance of minimizing adverse effects of fishing on EFH to the extent practicable. Thank you again, and we encourage you again to move to phase 2. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Questions for Jeff on this testimony? Okay, seeing none, thanks, Jeff. All right. That takes us to council action. And I think we'll keep going along here with this. In the council action, you see it there, review phase 1 reports and determine if modifications to essential fish habitat provisions are warranted. I think the summary that Carrie gave us outlined that pretty good. With that, I see a hand. I see Phil Anderson. Phil?
Did you drink any coffee this morning, Brad?
Maybe.
Oh, okay. Just checking. You're testing my bladder anyway.
Well, actually, if that's the case, and we're well ahead of schedule, I'll take that as a hint. And let's have a 10-minute break. How's that sound?
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So Vice Chair will be back at 9:50.
Yes, 10 minutes. Yeah, that's right. 9:50. Okay, everyone, we'll get started here in just a moment. Okay, we're back, and we're through public comment, and now we're on to council discussion and council action. I should say council discussion on council action. And with that, I'm looking for hands. To that end, Brianna Brady. Brianna.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Based on the reports from the management team and the advisory subpanel and the Habitat Committee, it seems that modifications to CPS essential fish habitat are warranted at this time. Just wanted to put those supporting remarks out there.
Okay. I think it's a fair assessment from what we heard this morning. Anyone else? I guess we could go with that if we see no other hands. Brianna Brady. Brianna?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I can make a motion if that's needed.
We're in council action now.
Okay. Do we need a motion on this or just because that's is that providing guidance, I guess? I guess Brianna, proceed.
Okay, thank you. I think probably Carrie would prefer a motion, if that's the case.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Chuck, I see your mute's off.
Yeah, I think a motion would be appropriate for this if we're moving forward. And basically, we're going to be, if we move forward, that would be essentially initiating an FMP amendment.
So, okay, proceed, Brianna.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Chuck. Sandra, if you could provide the motion, please, or display it. I move that the CPS EFH review process move to phase 2.
Thank you, Brianna. Does the language accurately reflect your motion?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Okay. And seconded by Mark Grelnick. Speak to your motion.
Thank you. I appreciate the thought that went into the discussion by our advisory bodies and that the management team has provided a list of tasks that they can use to base potential modifications on. And I think the AS and the Habitat Committee also provided additional topics that the management team can include in their work planning. I think it would be appropriate that at a future meeting, the management team provide a process and schedule as described as a next step in their report.
Very good. Okay, thank you. Discussion on Brianna's motion. Maggie Summer. Maggie?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks to Brianna for the motion. I support it and just wanted to express my appreciation for the detailed information that was provided to us, the presentations we received from Emanis and Lorna, as well as the report from the CPSMT, I found to be very informative and helpful, and I think sets us up well for moving into phase 2. Thanks.
Thank you, Maggie. Anyone else? Okay. Seeing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you for that. And Carrie, I think I'll go back to you. And are we done? How are we doing on this agenda item?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. That does complete your business for this agenda item. I concur with Maggie that I think that the CPSMT report and the literature review were very thorough and informative, and the other advisory body reports were as well. Excuse me. So as far as next steps, per Council Operating Procedure 22, the team would work with the other parties involved here, the West Coast region and the Southwest Center, and council staff, of course, and come back at a future meeting with a work plan, proposed schedule, and scope of work, principles, just like you guys did at the last meeting for HMS. I note that the scheduling can be tricky, and that will be addressed under the last agenda item of this meeting. That we don't have anything currently on the books in the future, so this council would have to schedule that at some point. We discussed this with the management team, and I know that the team is prepared to start working on that scope of work. So, I don't know if that would be a June or a September or whenever, but that would be the next step for the team to come in with this proposed schedule and scope of work. And as Mr. Tracy said, that it's essentially an FMP amendment process. So anyway, that just sort of summarizes your action today, and you have completed your necessary task for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. And I'd just like to point out that on the end of the team's report, there's acknowledgments to everyone who was involved in putting that information together, and just all hats off to them for just a good job and making an easy decision for the council. So very good. And with that, thank you. And we will pass the gavel back to Chair Gorelnik. Mark?
Thank you, Vice Chair Pettinger. Excellent job on those CPS agenda items. But now we come to E4, having to deal with assessments, specs, and management measures, final action. So Carrie, you're still in the staff seat. Why don't you get us started here?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate it. This is agenda item E4, Pacific Sardine Assessment, Harvest Specifications and Management Measures, final action. There's a lot of moving parts with this. I'll try to give a brief overview and then move forward with other information and reports and whatnot. This is your annual opportunity to set Pacific Sardine harvest specs and management measures for the upcoming year, which begins July 1st. It's the July 1st through June 30th fishing year every year. Typically, we have full benchmark stock assessments every 3 years. You had one last year, and then you get update assessments in the intervening 2 years. So this year was supposed to be an update stock assessment, but with a lack of acoustic trawl survey data, this became a catch-only projection estimate that the Southwest Fisheries Science Center provided. It was reviewed by the SSC the other day instead of a STAR panel or SSC subcommittee meeting, which is what we usually do for updates, because it was a catch-only projection estimate. The SSC recommended just SSC review at this meeting. So that's why you don't have, a STAR panel or anything in your advanced briefing book materials. Also, as you know, the directed fishery has been closed for going on 7 years now. Once the stock assessment dropped below the cutoff rule of 150,000 metric tons, the primary directed commercial fishery was closed. And then in 2019, based on that stock assessment, the biomass was estimated to fall below the minimum stock size threshold of fish 50,000 metric tons, which then triggered development of the Sardine rebuilding plan, which the council adopted or approved last September, and NMFS is putting it through the secretarial approval process now. And you heard that there is a notice of availability out right now on that. You have the catch-only projection estimate is in your briefing book materials, and there's also a supplemental addendum to that. That's E4 attachments 1 and supplemental attachment 2. You also have in your supplemental materials an SSC report and a CPS-MT report and a CPS-AS report. The council actions here are to adopt the Sardine catch-only projection estimate and the Sardine OFL. If the council, you will hear recommendations on that catch-only projection estimate and then recommendations for moving forward. With the lack of an adopted estimate. I don't want to get ahead of myself too far, but basically you would look to the SSC to make recommendations on a biomass estimate and an overfishing limit. And then the council also needs to select a P-star choice and a resulting acceptable biological catch, and then an annual catch limit, and then any other specifications such as an annual catch target and measures. And then you also have to adopt incidental catch allowances for both CPS and non-CPS fisheries. I mentioned your reference materials, and after my overview, we'll move on to the reports and comments of management entities and advisory bodies. We do not have the projection estimate to be presented here, although technical questions can probably be addressed to either the SSC or perhaps the center should they come up. So after those reports and comments from management entities and advisory bodies, then we'll move to public comment. And then again, the council action is to adopt a Pacific sardine assessment, final harvest specifications and management measures for the upcoming 2021 and 2022 Pacific sardine fishery. So that concludes my overview. I can take any process questions now, or if not, then we can move on to reports.
Thanks very much, Kerry. Are there any questions for Kerry on his overview? All right, thanks very much, Kerry. So we have a list of reports here, and I'm first going to go to the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. There are 3 reports in the briefing book, and I'm not sure to which the CDFW wants to speak to, but I will turn, I guess, to Brianna or anyone she designates for those reports.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Taking these slightly out of order, I will just briefly go over them. CDFW Report 2 is the usual report that we submit with information about landings of sardines to help with informing the management team and the advisory subpanel, discussions for coming up with recommendations for management measures for the annual specifications process. And then CDFW Report 1 is an overview of the aerial survey and how the methods have changed in response to the 2020 STAR panel as we prepare for the anchovy benchmark assessment in December 2021 this year, and then also for the next sardine assessment. And then also CDFW Report 3 is a preliminary look at aerial survey data from the most recent field work completed, which was last week. The work went through at the end of March through April 2nd, and we provided that for informational purposes only for the discussion around sardine. I can take any questions.
Thank you, Brianna. Are there any questions on the reports by the California Department of Fish and Wildlife? Thank you, Brianna. So we'll go next to the Science and Statistical Committee. I believe Galen Johnson has that report. Galen?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And because I am more of a salmon specialist, I've also brought along John Field, Dr. John Field of the Southwest Fisheries Science Center to help with answering questions. But I'm Galen Johnson. I'll be reading Supplemental SSC Report 1 for this agenda item. The Scientific and Statistical Committee reviewed the 2021 stock assessment catch-only projection for the northern subpopulation of Pacific sardine. Dr. Peter Kuriyama, National Marine Fisheries Service, Southwest Fisheries Science Center, presented the catch-only projection on behalf of the stock assessment team, and Dr. Kevin Hill was also present and answered questions. The catch-only projection was based on the February 2020 benchmark assessment and included updated catches for the model year semesters 2019-1, 2019-2, and 2021, as well as an assumption about fishing mortality for model year semester 2020-2 to enable estimation of 1+ biomass for 1 July 2021. The SSC notes that there was an error in tables 1 and 2 of the documentation, which are corrected in a supplemental attachment. The error did not affect the model outcome, and the catch-only projection was otherwise implemented correctly and followed the terms of reference. The assessment for Pacific sardine for 2021 is based on a catch-only projection because an acoustic trawl method survey did not take place during 2020. Unlike benchmark and update assessments, catch-only projections do not use any new data other than catches, and consequently should not update the parameters of the population dynamics model. Instead, a catch-only projection involves updating historical catches and projecting the current model forward with the catches that have taken place since the end of the last assessment. Given the high natural mortality rate of Pacific sardine, most of the fish in the estimate of 1+ biomass on July 1st, 2021 are inferred from the stock recruitment relationship rather than being estimated from data, unlike the case for groundfish stocks, which are generally long-lived. The catch for the Mexcal Season 2 fishery, Mexico, Southern California, and Central California, for January through June 2020 in the catch-only projection was nearly 3 times larger than the preliminary catch estimate used in the 2020 benchmark assessment. That's 33,070 metric tons versus 11,819 metric tons, noting that the 11,819 value was assumed from 2018-2. This implies that the total catch for that year was larger than the total population size expected from the 2020 benchmark assessment. This led the model to estimate a fishing mortality rate for January through June 2020 at the maximum allowed by the software. Consistent with the approach used in the 2020 benchmark, this F value was assumed to be constant in the forecast. However, this is considerably higher than the fishing mortality rate from the 2020 benchmark assessment and would have been higher had the model not hit the upper limit assumed for the fishing mortality rate parameter. Moreover, to enable the assumed catches to be taken at all, the model needed to nearly triple the assessment model estimate of 2019 recruitment. This was not expected for a catch-only projection and indicates that updated catches are not consistent with the results of the 2020 benchmark assessment. More importantly, by their nature, catch-only projections are intended to inform how new information on catches impacted abundance following the end of the period modeled in the original assessment. This catch-only projection does not accomplish that objective, since inflating unobserved recruitment estimates to account for an increase in the estimated catch is not informative about abundance. As a result, the stock assessment team followed the terms of reference and did everything they could to develop an appropriately implemented model, including considerable sensitivity analyses. The SSC cannot endorse the catch-only projection as the basis for management advice. Consequently, the SSC recommends adoption of the 2020 overfishing limit, 5,525 metric tons, from the 2020 benchmark assessment. The SSC also endorses the use of last year's biomass estimate and EMSY for management purposes. The resulting acceptable biological catch values as a function of P star can be found in rows ABC Tier 3 in Table 3 of Agenda Item E4 Supplemental Attachment 2. The SSC recognizes that the decision to return to the 2020 benchmark values does not fix the challenges associated with the inconsistencies between the 2020 model and the recent catch estimates. Consequently, the SSC recommends that this be considered a Category 3 assessment for the purposes of calculating a sigma. According to the terms of reference for stock assessment reviews, for CPS, if an assessment is found not to be acceptable for use in management, a full assessment would be considered the following year. By 2022, new survey data should be available from the July 2021 ATM survey. There will be additional survey data by California Department of Fish and Wildlife, and there will be new age compositions from the incidental fishery. However, this new information may not resolve the data conflicts evident in the 2021 catch-only projection. The SSC notes there is an increasingly critical need to revisit many of the assumptions that have been informing sardine assessment and management over the past several years. There are several urgent research priorities to consider revisiting to better inform the next benchmark assessment. The SSC strongly recommends that these issues be addressed in time for the next benchmark assessment. This includes reconsideration of the model used to assign both catches and surveyed fish to the northern and southern subpopulations, as the SSC notes that the probability of errors in those assignments are likely to change with population size, and the model may be extrapolating beyond the range of the data with which it was created, that is, calibrated at high northern population sardine abundance and applied when abundance is much lower. Additionally, the reviews of the ATM survey in 2011 and 2018 identified several research priorities that could potentially better inform survey catchability, and the SSC continues to recommend the use of aerial survey data as coordinated with the ATM survey and with appropriate biological sampling to inform the catchability of the ATM survey. The SSC continues to recommend further evaluation of a survey-based assessment approach through a management strategy evaluation, which should include a fallback approach should the survey not occur in a given year. The value for EMSY based on the Cal Coffee Temperature Index suggests a productive stock, but this is not evident from recent assessments, suggesting the need to reevaluate the best way to calculate EMSY for the northern subpopulation sardine stock. Finally, alternative indices of abundance and alternative means of projecting recruitment merit consideration for inclusion in future benchmark assessments. Most of these research items should also inform assessment efforts for the central subpopulation of northern anchovy. With respect to progress towards rebuilding the northern subpopulation of Pacific sardine, the SSC notes that U.S. catches are well below the ACL and the annual catch target, and that the U.S. fishery has implemented catch restrictions. However, due to the lack of an accepted updated biomass estimate, the SSC is unable to report further on rebuilding progress in relation to changes in biomass. And that concludes our statement.
Thank you very much, Galen. Let's see if there are questions from the council on the SSC report. Maggie Summer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Galen, and thanks to the whole SSC for the report. I have a question. I think I did not understand a statement at the bottom of page 1 and hope you can offer a little more information on that. This is where the report points out that catch-only projections are intended to inform impacts on abundance estimates based on new catch information, and this catch-only projection does not accomplish that objective, since inflating unobserved recruitment estimates to account for an increase in the estimated catch is not informative about abundance. It's that last sentence that I'm hoping you can offer a little bit more to help me understand, I guess, why or how that's not informative about abundance.
Thank you for the question. Because John Field is much more experienced in describing these assessments, I am going to turn that over to him to answer.
Thank you, Galen. Can everyone hear me?
Welcome, John.
Thank you. Thank you, Maggie, for the question. Yes, this was a tricky thing to try to disentangle. Essentially, what is happening here is that given the high natural mortality rate and fishing mortality rate of Pacific sardine, there's very few fish around now that were also around in 2019. And essentially, the 2020 benchmark did not include information on recruitment strength for 2019, so it essentially pulled it off the curve. And in order to make up the catches that were estimated for the Mexican fishery were greater than the biomass that was estimated in that stock assessment. So essentially, the model had to create fish to catch, and the only way to do that was to inflate that 2019 recruitment estimate, despite the fact that it's not actually informed by data. So really, the only thing the model was able to tell us is that it had to create or invent this certain number of fish in order to account for those catches in the Mexican fishery. So essentially, either the catch estimate is wrong by virtue of the assignments of catches to the different subpopulations, or the model was wrong in 2020. So that's essentially what we meant by the statement that the catch-only estimate was not really informative. But by contrast, if we were doing a catch-only projection for black rockfish or a groundfish, it would be extremely unlikely that the catches would exceed the biomass estimate from the previous time step. So that this kind of situation can't really happen for a groundfish, but for a coastal pelagic with a high natural mortality rate and variable recruitment, it's not ideal that it happened, but it did happen, and it essentially represents, a greater uncertainty than with where we're at with respect to the biomass, to the point that the SSC considered the projection not to be helpful.
Thank you very much, John.
Corey Niles.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Galen and John. Yeah, I think Dr. Yao said it this morning, but this is a unique situation, and really appreciate the SSC's advice here, giving us some comfort that we're in the last paragraph there, that we're still on some solid footing here in terms of our harvest specifications. But looking ahead, I'm curious on I think it's your second to last paragraph, where the SSC notes there's several urgent research priorities. We've been hearing a number of last year, in recent years, and, more questions than we have capacity to take up on the science side of things. So just process-wise, did you have thoughts on how the council would encourage that? I think you'll heard lots of interest in the southern versus northern subpopulation question, the temperature, all that. So how did the SSC talk about the process? I know you all are good at talking process. How does the council, encourage that and talk about priorities for scientific research in time for the next assessment?
Thanks, Corey. Again, I'm going to turn it over to John because, well, I could answer that. I don't think I would do it quite as well as he could.
Thank you, Galen. Thank you, Mr. Niles, for the question. We talked a lot about what is necessary. We did not try to rank or prioritize which of these research priorities might be the most important, but I think if you kind of read between the lines at what is really driving the uncertainty with this projection and what is going to be critical to kind of better understand, get our hands around in advance of the next benchmark, I think I would acknowledge that these assignments to the northern and southern subpopulations, respectively, of the Mexican catches are really, anytime your catch is greater than your biomass, you've really got to wonder which estimate is correct. So we want to improve both of those estimates, but certainly getting a better handle on the catch is pretty key. We did talk quite a bit about the subpopulation apportionment model itself, which has not been revisited, as we understand it, since the publication in 2014. That publication, in turn, was based on data from 2006 to 2011. And so the SSC did recommend that it be reevaluated or recalibrated using more recent data, because that was a period of very high sardine abundance for the northern subpopulation specifically. And with subsequent declines in the population, the probability of an incorrect subpopulation assignment has probably changed with respect to what it was at that time.
Corey, does that respond to your question?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, thank you, John. I might have some more questions for the team and others or during council discussion about the process side of things, but I really appreciate John's elaboration on the priorities there and the nature of the issues. So thank you.
All right, are there any further questions on the Science and Statistical Committee report? Thank you, Galen. Thank you, John. Don't stray too far. I imagine we may have a need for some additional help during council discussion. Next, we'll hear from the management team. Lorna?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be presenting the management team report on Pacific sardine assessments, harvest specifications, and management measures. The Coastal Pelagic Species Management Team, Coastal Pelagic Species Advisory Subpanel, and the Scientific and Statistical Committee jointly received a presentation from Dr. Peter Kiriyama of the Southwest Fishery Science Center on the 2021 Pacific sardine catch-only projection. The CPSMT appreciates the efforts made by the stock assessment team to construct a catch-only projection during difficult circumstances. The assessment schedule for the northern subpopulation of Pacific sardine includes an update assessment 2 out of every 3 years, but due to COVID-19 restrictions that prevented the acoustic trawl survey from being conducted in 2020, the staff conducted a catch-only projection to inform management for the 2021-2022 fishing year. After reviewing the results, the SSC did not endorse the catch-only projection. The SSC is instead recommending the use of the 2021 biomass estimate from the February 2020 benchmark assessment, but with a change to Category 3 designation for a data port assessment for the purposes of calculating the acceptable biological catch, or ABC value. The CPSMT concurs with the SSC and supports their decision to use the 5,525 metric ton as the overfishing limit, or OFL, for the 2021-22 fishing year. In using the 2020 assessment biomass estimate of 28,276 metric tons, the stock remains below the cutoff value of 150,000 metric tons, which per the CPS fishery management plan precludes the primary directed Pacific sardine fishery. Hence, the primary directed fishery for sardine will remain closed for a 7th consecutive year. Additionally, the biomass estimate remains below the 50,000 metric ton minimum stock size threshold established for Pacific sardine and is consequently in an overfished condition. Biomass below minimum stock size threshold does not prohibit allowing exempted fishing permits, incidental catch, minor directed catch, or catch from live bait, recreational, and tribal fisheries. The P-star value represents the probability of exceeding the overfishing limit and is required to be less than 0.5 under national standard guidelines. The Council has chosen to utilize a P-star value of 0.4 for the last 10 years. Over the last few years, the management team has debated if recommending a change to 0.45 may be the best decision. The management team understands that part of the rationale of originally using a P-star value of 0.4 for sardine over a decade ago was the uncertainty in the stock assessment. However, the uncertainty in the stock assessment is captured through assessment category assignment, that is tier 1 through 3, and the corresponding sigma value. The management team recommends a P-star of 0.4 at present, although the management team may recommend a P-star of 0.45 in the future. Table 1 below presents the OFL and the range of ABC values based on various P-star values. the CPSMT offers table 2 below, which uses a P-star value of 0.4 for use in setting harvest specifications. The resulting sigma from category 3 status and a P-star value of 0.4 applied to the 2021-2022 OFL of 5,525 metric tons produces an ABC of 3,329 metric tons. This ABC value is 959 metric tons less than the ABC adopted by the Council for 2021. The CPSMT sees this as an appropriate reduction in the ABC given the uncertainties inherent in utilizing the 2020-2021 biomass. The CPSMT recommends setting the annual catch limit equal to ABC and an annual catch target, or ACT, of 3,100 metric tons for the 2021-2022 fishing year, as shown in Table 2. This will afford opportunity to CPS fisheries and EFPs while avoiding restricting non-CPS fisheries that may incidentally harvest sardine, since attaining the ACL could result in the prohibition of take in all fisheries. The CPSMT also recommends accountability measures as listed below to prevent exceeding the ACT and the ACL. The CPSMT notes that all sources of catch, including any EFP research set-asides for live bait fishery and other minimal sources of harvest, such as incidental catch in CPS and non-CPS fisheries and minor directed fishing, will be accounted for against the ACL. Table 3 summarizes the levels of sardine catch in CPS and non-CPS fisheries since the primary directed fishery was closed. Live bait harvest numbers prior to the 2019 calendar year are estimates based on voluntary logbooks. The California Department of Fish and Wildlife instituted mandatory electronic fish tickets for live bait catch beginning with the 2019 calendar year, which was midway through the 2018-2019 fishing season, which has decreased management uncertainty for California live bait catch. However, COVID-19 restrictions that began in March 2020 almost certainly resulted in a significantly reduced harvest of live bait due to the limited recreational fishing opportunity and the resulting lack of market. Therefore, the tonnages harvested in the 2019, 2020, and 2020 and 2021 seasons are likely underrepresenting the needs of the fishery that would typically be present in a year without these restrictions, even though the reported catch is now more accurate.
Thank you, Lorna. Are there any questions on the management team report?
Actually, there's more, but if you wanted to take questions on this portion.
Go ahead and summarize that, the tables I see there.
Yeah, so it's, I guess I'll note that if you're looking at this, there are numerous tables, and so there's quite a bit of white space. So there's text all the way through page 7 of this document. So table 1 is the sardine harvest spec formulas that are used, and this comes from the stock assessment, and rather than focus on that, I would say look at table 2, which is on page 4 of the document. And there, the management team, just for a little visual clarity, presents the biomass estimate of 28,276 metric tons, which corresponds with the OFL of 5,525 metric tons. The P-star, as we noted, of 0.4, an ABC that's at a tier 3, of category 3 of 3,329 metric tons, with the ACL set equal to that, and an ACT that's reduced a couple hundred metric tons to 3,100. Below table 2 is the list of management team recommended accountability measures. These are largely similar from previous years. Number 1 would be an incidental landing limit in CPS fisheries of 20%. Number 2, if landings in the live bait fishery attain 1,800 metric tons, a per landing limit of 1 metric ton of Pacific sardine per trip will apply to the live bait fishery. 3, if the ACT of 3,100 metric tons is attained, a per trip limit of 1 metric ton of Pacific sardine applies to all CPS fisheries. And 4, an incidental per landing allowance of 2 metric tons of Pacific sardine in non-CPS fisheries until the ACL is reached. Proceeding to the next page, table 3 presents the Pacific sardine landings and harvest specifications from 2015-16 fishing year to the current period. And so those data for the 2020-21 fishing year, which ends in June, those landings reflect catch through March. And so in the upper part of the table are the landings for the various fishing sectors, and then across at the bottom, we present the ACTs where they were set for applicable years, and also the ACL for reference. Moving on to page 6, I'll continue reading. Future assessments and research recommendations. The CPSMT notes the terms of reference for the groundfish and coastal pelagic species stock assessment review process for 2021-2022 indicates that a benchmark assessment should be completed the year following a rejected assessment. The CPSMT is concerned, however, that the current scheduled workload for the Southwest Fisheries Science Center, which includes a benchmark central subpopulation northern anchovy assessment and multiple surveys, may preclude a benchmark assessment for sardine in 2022. Instead, the CPSMT recommends that an update assessment that can incorporate data from acoustic and aerial surveys, EFPs, and fishery catch from 2021 is a better path forward. In making this recommendation, the CPSMT recognizes that the substantial uncertainties which led to the 2020 benchmark assessment being designated a Category 2 will remain. And although the acoustic trawl surveys from spring and summer are scheduled in 2021, it remains to be seen if the inclusion of 2021 survey results will resolve the issues identified in the 2021 catch-only projection model. The CPSMT recognizes the emergent need for research to address gaps in information as put forward by the SSC and supports ongoing efforts to improve surveys and assessments. However, the CPSMT further recognizes that undertaking any one of these research topics constitutes significant work and that it may not be possible to accomplish them, conduct methodology reviews if necessary, and have results that could inform a benchmark assessment in either 2022 or 2023. Nonetheless, the CPSMT offers those that we see as near and longer-term priority needs. So for near-term stock structure, in the near term, the CPSMT recommends a reevaluation of the current understanding of stock structure for Pacific sardine, which assumes a northern and southern subpopulation. Such a reevaluation should include geneticists and stock identification experts. Addressing the larger issue of stock structure, along with the models currently used to delineate the northern and southern subpopulation in one methodology type review, may be the most efficient way to resolve the issues surrounding stock structure. The models were developed during a time of higher abundance in U.S. waters, and it is possible that stock structure may vary with population size. AT survey. The AT survey provides critically important data for assessments of CPS stocks. The scientists conducting the survey have done outstanding work, and there have been substantial efforts through collaborative projects involving industry, state, and federal agencies to expand their utility. The surveys have benefited from 2 methodology reviews, and progress in addressing the recommendations of those reviews has been made today. However, the CPSMT encourages addressing those recommendations that still remain from the 2 AT reviews, which are conducted in 2011 and 2018. For the longer term, reevaluation of EMSY. The CPSMT recommends evaluation of the EMSY term based on the California Cooperative Oceanic Fisheries Investigations Temperature Index because it no longer appears to adequately reflect sardine productivity. The value for the EMSY term applied to the OFL formula is tapped at 0.25, which corresponds to the upper quartile of Cal coffee temperatures. This environmental proxy was designed to reflect stock productivity, yet it has been near that upper cap for the last 5 years, while the most recent benchmark assessment stated that actual recruitments have been some of the lowest on record during that same time period. Evaluation of other indices of abundance to inform benchmark assessments. Over the longer term, the CPSMT also suggests that evaluating the use of other indices of sardine abundance may have value for use in assessments. Such an evaluation would likely necessitate a methodology review before any additional index could be utilized. In addition to these research recommendations, the CPSMT again reiterates that CPS fisheries would benefit from international scientific cooperation. Lastly, sardine rebuilding progress. In September 2020, the Council approved the status quo alternative put forth by the CPSMT for the sardine rebuilding plan required as a result of the northern subpopulation of Pacific sardine being declared overfished in July 2019. The National Marine Fisheries Service expects to formally approve this plan in late June or early July 2021. The Magnuson-Stevens Act requires approved rebuilding plans to be reviewed at routine intervals not exceeding 2 years to determine whether the plans have resulted in adequate progress toward ending overfishing and rebuilding affected fish stocks. The CPSMT sees rebuilding plan reviews at this point as looking at assessment estimates, whether catches exceed the ACL, and if rebuilding expectations are changed due to new or unexpected information. And with that, that concludes the management team report on sardine specifications.
Thank you very much, Lorna. Are there any questions on the MT report, which was very thorough? Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Lorna, and to the entire team for your comprehensive report. My question is regards to a value that is found on table 3, page 5, and it is the value associated with EFPs, and the value of 855 there that we see up through March of 2021. And I wonder if you could help me understand the increase in the amount of sardines taken in EFPs over the course of the last 3 years, from the 470 to 728 to 855.
Yes, thank you, Phil. I'll do my best and could be corrected if I mischaracterize. So I think the increase reflects the addition of a biological sampling EFP that was approved. So we're currently in the 2020-21 fishing year. So last year there was approval of an EFP to do the aerial point sets, and that's been ongoing. Some of that increase in biomass or in catch, EFP catch, reflects the addition of the newer, I guess, EFP to conduct the biological sampling. But I don't know if that adequately captures that. So you see ongoing aerial survey, point sets, catch, and then an increase is reflecting the addition of the second California EFP for biological data.
Phil?
Well, thanks, Mr. Chair, for the follow-up. Just so we have the one EFP that I think the value, if I don't have it right in front of me, but I think it was 620 metric tons that was largely sold as a means of paying for that work. Is that the one you're speaking of?
That would be the one for this upcoming fishing year. So the information you're seeing in Table 3 reflects current fishing year, and so these would have been EFPs approved last April.
Yeah, I understood that. I was just trying to reconcile the EFPs that were in place in the year that we're in now versus the ones that we approved here in our last or next two agenda items previous to this one. And I know we're going to get to the point here of talking about what values to put into those EFPs here. So I was just trying to understand that. So, thank you.
You're welcome. And I believe we could provide a breakdown of the EFP catches. I don't have that, those numbers at the top of my mind.
Well, maybe when we get into council discussion, I suspect we may have some additional questions for the management team. Are there any other questions of the management team report? Brianna Brady.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Lorna, for the long report with all the details. I am wondering, so I'm looking at Table 2 and the ACT value of 3,100. And I'm wondering if the management team discussed any other values for an ACT.
Thank you, Brianna. We discussed a 3,000 metric ton ACT briefly, but largely centered on the 3,100 metric ton as presented.
Is that to answer your question, Brianna?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Lorna. And can you help me understand why the management team chose 3,100 versus the 3,000?
Yes, thank you, Brianna. I think it was looking at wanting to accommodate catches and the EFPs and still, provide a buffer below the ACL.
Corey?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, and thanks, Lorna. And yeah, wow, the teams had a lot of issues this meeting, so an impressive amount of work. I might have a couple questions focused on maybe some following up on Phil and Brianna a little bit different from a different angle. You know, it seems time and time again we have this question of what our ACL should be or ACT. We're talking, 3,000 metric tons this year. We've been looking at 4,000 catches of in your table 3, have been, between, 2,000 metric tons to, 2,500 metric tons. So in the current fishing year, however we call it, but we have this biological data sampling EFP somewhat included already. So we're looking at the different sources of catch and thinking about the risk, the chance that we're going to see a jump from this 2,000 to 2,500 range. And I can rephrase this if I'm being confusing here, but where would we expect a jump in catch to come from? Which of these sectors should be most likely to be the ones where we're seeing a jump from the 2,000 range up past 3,000 towards our 4,000 ACL? Do you have any additional thought on that? And it could be in your report, and I'm still absorbing it all. But yeah, where would the risk come from? Is maybe the short way of saying it, of a jump in catch.
Thank you, Corey. I think really the only fishery where you might see a jump is in the live bait fishery. We'll note that prior to 2018, those catch data were from voluntary logbook program, and then in California, Department of Fish and Wildlife implemented a electronic fish ticket system midway in 2018, 2019. And then we had COVID restrictions in play for at least 2020, and to some degree in the current, overlapping both those fishing years. So that's the one fishery sector where I think you would potentially see an increase in landings over what we have documented here. So that's where the most uncertainty would be.
Corey, do you have a follow-up?
Not on that issue, Mr. Chair. On a different topic,
Go ahead.
In case there's follow-up from okay. Thanks, Lorna. Thanks for that answer. On page 6, where you talk about your near-term ideas about new research or looking at certain questions with the stock structure, and we heard the SSC identify that one also as maybe the most important issue to take up for the next benchmark assessment, and discrepancy between the catch estimate and the assessment here is pretty notable. So just did you have process-wise, if the council were to recommend what you're saying here on the stock structure, could you give us a little more on how you see the process unfolding, timing, how the council would recommend setting that up? Did the team have time to talk about that?
Yes, thank you for the question, Corey. We talked quite a bit about assessment scheduling and looking at the terms of reference, as we mentioned, indicates when an assessment is rejected, that it indicates a benchmark assessment be conducted in the following year. And the team is recognizing the substantial amount of work that would entail on top of, as Dr. Yao presented this morning, they have a full workload. So to accomplish, I think, something more than what was anticipated as an update assessment for Sardine, would mean something else would have to give. And then looking at just simply reevaluation of the model that's used to partition the northern and southern subpopulation catches would be a fairly, I would say, significant piece of work to accomplish, as well as any of the other ongoing research activities as to whether or not, certainly we didn't see research that we've recommended here in the near term being accomplished before 2022. And also somewhat skeptical of that being accomplished for a benchmark, which following the normal schedule for Sardine, you'd expect a benchmark assessment in 2023. But we did see that as the highest priority, or the way we're structuring our near-term priorities are those which we think will best inform the estimate of biomass. So, does that better help clarify?
Yes. Yeah. Thank you, Lorna.
Anything, any further questions, Corey? I'll move on to Maggie.
No, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
All right. Maggie Summer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Lorna. Actually, following up on the last thing you said about the identification of these into near-term and longer-term, kind of reflecting priorities and what you think will be most informative for biomass estimates. I'm curious about the placement of the EMSY reevaluation in the longer-term category. It seems to me like that is a pretty high priority need. I certainly understand that reevaluation will be a somewhat time-consuming and effort-intensive process. But just curious on the team's relative prioritization of that one in particular.
Thank you, Maggie. Yeah. Excuse me. I would say our characterization of near and longer term are, again, there's some relativeness there to that. And I think what we're looking at is in context of sort of the workload for the upcoming couple of years and accomplishing a update assessment for next year and a benchmark for the following year. And looking at those research tasks that would circle around improving the biomass estimate, which is sort of the source of the greatest uncertainty here, and that with limited resources to devote or competing needs on the analysts, that focusing those on the stock structure and getting a better handle of the northern and southern subpopulation and other aspects of the stock assessment model and inputs to it from the AT survey. Again, because those are circling around improving the estimate of biomass, which is probably more influential. And that so not discounting the need for reevaluation of the EMSY, because it does play into setting the catch allowances each year. So we struggled with that a little bit, where to place it, and see it as an important need, but also recognize that that will be a substantial undertaking as well.
Thank you, Lauren. I appreciate you restating that. It helped me to fix.
Further questions of the management team? Thank you very much, Lorna.
Thank you.
Now we'll hear from the advisory subpanel, Mr. David Crabb.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, council members. I will be reading from agenda item E4A, Supplemental CPSAS Report 1, Coastal Pelagic Species Advisory Subpanel Report on the Pacific Sardine Assessment, Harvest Specifications, and Management Measures, Final Action. The Coastal Pelagic Species Advisory Subpanel attended the Scientific and Statistical Committee webinar and heard a presentation from Dr. Peter Kuriyama, National Marine Fisheries Service, Southwest Fisheries Science Center, on the catch-only projection of the Pacific sardine resource in 2021. The CPSAS also listened to the SSC's discussion on several members expressed concerns with the results produced by the model's need to triple recruitment artificially to account for the high Mexican catch attributed to the northern sardine stock, which exceeded the total 2020 age 1+ biomass estimate. The catch-only biomass projection for the 2021 fishing year was forecast to be only 14,011 metric tons, a 50% reduction from 2020. The SSC, as well as the CPSAS, recognize the challenges facing the stock assessment team caused by COVID-19, which curtailed National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration surveys in 2020, forcing this catch-only projection. The STAT followed the terms of reference, and we thank them for their quality work. However, numerous serious concerns led the SSC to reject the catch-only projection as unrealistic. The SSC consensus was to revert back to the overfishing limit set in 2020 and recommended a Tier 3 acceptable biological catch to account for uncertainty. The SSC also discussed recommending a list of high priority research needs. Of key importance was the need to review the sardine habitat model and temperature assumptions related to stock structure and the apportionment of northern and southern sardines. We note the first recommendation of the 2019 SSC CPS subcommittee report related to the 2020 benchmark assessment was need to review the basis for the habitat model and refine estimates of both the catch and biomass attributable to the NSP northern subpopulation and SSP southern subpopulation. The CPSAS repeated that recommendation in our supplemental CPSAS report in April 2020. The CPSAS concurs with the SSC decision to reject the catch-only biomass estimate. In contrast to assumptions of low biomass and low recruitment, fishermen in California have testified to the abundance of sardines, particularly small sardines, in nearshore waters now. The California Department of Fish and Wildlife conducted an aerial survey in 2020. That survey was limited by restricted airspace due to raging fires as well as fog in San Francisco and along the Central Coast, but it estimated a sardine biomass of close to 10,000 metric tons in surface waters in a small area. The department's spring survey in the Southern California Bight in 2021, flown just a week ago in conjunction with NOAA's spring acoustic trawl cruise and a nearshore acoustic survey mounted by California Wetfish Producers Association, estimated more than 13,000 metric tons of sardines in the areas from San Diego to San Pedro. CWPA's directed biological sampling exempted fishing permit conducted in 2020 also produced new fishery age data, including a spike of age 0 sardines in Southern California. Most of the catches were made in water temperatures under 62 degrees Fahrenheit, which categorizes them as northern sardines according to the temperature model. The CPSAS provides the following recommendations to address the problems identified. We ask the council to support a full benchmark assessment and star panel review in 2022, incorporating all 2021 survey data, including the aerial survey, as well as the age data collected in the directed biological sampling EFP and all other available data. We recommend developing and utilizing multiple indices in future stock assessments. Relying on only one data source causes problems, as exemplified in 2020. We further note that the acoustic trawl survey was characterized as a relative index during the 2018 methods review. The assessment should use all data sources available. The CPS-AS supports the research recommendations identified by the SSC, including the use of multiple indices, evaluating the catchability of acoustic trawl surveys, as well as reviewing the apportionment of northern versus southern stock sardines and predicting recruitment, EMSY. We suggest conducting a workshop that includes fishermen's expertise to discuss and resolve all the problems identified. The CPS-AS also calls attention to the concerns related to sardine expressed in the supplemental CPS-AS report on Executive Order 13921. Currently, a catch-22 exists for the sardine fishery. Sardines are found in water temperatures above 16.7 degrees Celsius, are assumed to be southern sardines, and are subtracted from the northern stock assessment. But all catches, regardless of water temperature, are subtracted from northern sardine catch limits set by the Council and NMFS. Fishermen believe these assumptions led to the northern sardine stocks overfished declaration. The overfished declaration mandates a reduction in incidental catch allowance to a maximum of 20% in other fisheries. This has restricted catches in virtually all CPS fisheries, now including market squid. This restriction has caused serious socioeconomic impacts on our fisheries and fishing communities. Mexico continues to fish both the northern and southern population of sardines. Mexican scientists estimated the 1989 to 2018 average U.S. catch of the southern subpopulation at 12% of the Mexican total allowable catch. 12% of the Mexican 2019 TAC is 16,871 metric ton. However, the U.S. does not recognize the Mexican stock assessment of the southern stock and does not have a comparable stock assessment for that stock. This is inequitable for U.S. fishermen and processors, placing U.S. industry at a competitive disadvantage. In addition, while the northern subpopulation of sardine is declared overfished in the U.S., Mexico has not made a similar declaration for the northern subpopulation. The U.S. has curtailed its catch by closing the directed fishery and imposing restrictive incidental catch limits. Mexico has not implemented parallel conservation measures to rebuild the northern subpopulation. We would appreciate the Council's review of our recommendations from September 2020, which were to, in essence, either assess and manage all sardines found in U.S. waters as one fishery stock, as was done in the past, or if the two-stock assumption continues, then the Council should find an expeditious way to include the southern stock in the CPS fishery management plan. Management measures. The CPS-AS supports the CPS-MT's recommended management measures for the 2021-2022 Pacific sardine fishery as follows. Age 1 plus biomass, 28,276 metric ton, OFL, 5,525 metric ton, P-star buffer of 0.4, tier 3 ABC, ACL of 3,329 metric tons, ACT of 3,100 metric tons. If directed landings in the live bait fishery attain 1,800 metric tons, a per landing limit of 1 metric ton of Pacific sardine per trip will apply to the live bait fishery. The balance of the annual catch target can accommodate both incidental catches in other fisheries, the 3 EFP applications, and small-scale fishery landings. If the ACT of 3,100 metric ton is attained, a per trip limit of 1 metric ton of Pacific sardine applies to all CPS fisheries. An incidental per landing allowance of 2 metric tons of Pacific sardine in non-CPS fisheries. Industry in both the Pacific Northwest and California are committed to improve the science, and we encourage and welcome increased collaboration with the Southwest Fishery Science Center and state agencies to improve the accuracy of stock assessments. A minority of the CPS-AS agrees with the majority on the research and science recommendations above, but differs from the majority of the CPSAS on the recommended management measures for 2021-2022. A minority, the conservation representative, notes that Pacific sardine are presently thought to be in a low productivity state, in addition to being declared overfished as of July 2019, and will remain below the minimum stock size threshold as of July 1st, 2021. Further concerns have been raised about the current basis for calculating EMSY. The minority of the CPSAS recommends the council set a lower P star to account for the scientific uncertainty and an ACL lower than ABC to account for ecosystem considerations and other optimum yield factors. A minority also recommends that in order to help prevent a reduced ACL from being exceeded, the council consider lowering the sardine incidental catch allowance in other CPS fisheries. Overall, these recommendations would allow the council to take a more precautionary approach that is appropriate in light of the collapsed condition of the stock. And that concludes our statement.
Thank you very much, David. Are there questions of David on the report of the advisory subpanel? Maggie Summer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Dave. A question on the team's comment that the 20% maximum incidental allowance in other fisheries has restricted catches in virtually all CPS fisheries, now including market squid. And you refer to the supplemental CDFW report too. Did the team talk about how that restriction is happening in any more detail that you might be able to offer us? I'll say it's not standing out to me. It's not really evident to me from looking at CDFW report 2. So if based on team discussions, you could offer some more information, I would find that helpful.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Maggie, for the question. Yes, we did talk about that at length, and what's happening is a lot of times these schools are mixed fish schools when fishing, and even now in cases of squid, where boats are wrapping fish and the 20% incidental. It's one of those things that obviously you can't measure the percentage in the net, but if you think that there's anything close to that, then you don't want to be in violation. So you'll release that entire catch, which is preventing you from making a delivery. And that's happening, or, that's been happening in some of the other fisheries like anchovies or mackerel, and now, squid as these sardines in the near shore encounter and interact with other schools.
Maggie.
Thank you very much. And just one brief follow-up. Does that happen often, do you know, in the California market squid fishery, that there would be, potentially up to or more than 20% sardines mixed in?
It happens definitely in situations. I do have a long history of fishing squid around the Channel Islands and in the Southern California area. And there were times when there were large amounts of sardines in the area where we were fishing squid. I can tell you also, the market doesn't necessarily want sardines mixed in the squid, but in situations of low squid productivity years like this year, that they would take it with a sardine mix. And so, yes, it doesn't happen every year and all the time, but there's definitely situations when sardines are around, they get mixed into the squid. And so as a fisherman, you're trying to do all you can to avoid the sardines because the market really doesn't want the sardines. But like I said, in low productivity years, quick example, when I would try to set around a light boat that had some squid underneath and I knew there were sardines in the area on the outskirts, I would try to make a smaller circle, but I would still at times come up, the fish move around pretty quickly, and I'd I would come up with a pretty high percentage of sardines. And like I said, because of the demand for squid, I could bring them in with 25 or 30%. But now with this overfishing status and this 20% minimum, you don't want to take that chance of getting a violation. So yes, it occurs. It's not an every year situation, but it's something you have to be aware of.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, David. Louis Zim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I very much appreciate you being here to present this, David, because of your experience. There's been some proposals to reduce the allowed catch down to 10%. What effect would that have on a squid operation?
Well, it would curtail it more. It's at 10%, you have to remember when you're fishing and you're speculating or estimating what's in the net and the threat of a violation when you come to the dock, really setting a 10% mark is really setting your percentage down to, probably 5% or less, because, you can't estimate it when you're just eyeballing it. I mean, you can kind of guesstimate it, but it's when you get to the dock and all of a sudden they're off weighing it and you are separating, you get an accurate percentage of mix. So in order to avoid that chance, you're all of a sudden trying to cut it down to 5% or less to make sure that you don't do that. So when you set a percentage, that's not the percentage that fishermen would bring in with a mixed load, because they just can't take a chance. They target half of that or less.
Through the chair, thank you, David, for that. That does clear it up from the actual on the water activity perspective. So then I have another question, which is slightly different, if I may, Chair, but still is on this this issue. When you wrap a school of sardine, is there any way to tell right off the bat the structure of the sizes of the sardine, or do you actually have to dry it up and take real scoops before you can tell what the mix is on your wrap?
Again, it varies. I mean, if you hit a school that is 100% small fish, young or little fish, you can kind of see it pretty quickly. And then at that point, you may be able to, release them. But it's when they're mixed fish. And I would say a high percentage of the time, sardines are mixed fish. And you can't necessarily tell what age classes are in the net until you actually, dry it up and either take some deep scoops or, pump them on the boat. Because we do have, if you're familiar with the way seiner works, you put a fish pump in the water, the fish get pumped through a hose into a fish separator, and the separator separates the water from the fish, and so the fish come down a chute into the hatch. And when it's coming down the chute, you can actually sit there and start to visually get an idea of, okay, there's some mixed fish going in here. And then I would say a lot of times you can't get, again, like trying to get a percentage of mix of sardines and other fisheries, but until you really get to the dock and do a real analysis to know exactly what age classes you're getting.
Thank you, David. That's very illuminating. I have never been involved with the actual directed sardine fishery, even though I was involved with the live bait back early in my career. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Louis, for the questions. Thanks, Dave, for the answer. Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And David, thank you for bringing this forward today, the great report. I think I know the answer to this, but I want to ask the question maybe to get a little clarification. You would assume that maybe when you're drying this out and putting it through the dewatering device and putting it in the hold, there's a potential for sorting fish out. But I know from my experience fishing that isn't practical or even possible when the fish are close to the same size that type of thing. But could you speak to that a little bit? Just that, I've heard people say, "Oh, can't they just sort out to get below the 20%?" And I haven't heard that really well explained on the floor before. So.
Yeah, no, it's a good question. When you are pumping, if you have tons of fish in the net and you're pumping tons, this water separator device is kind of you don't have access to all of it, and then it comes down a chute, and the chute is about, depending on the boat size, but I would say 4 to 6 feet long, probably 4 feet wide, and so when the fish are coming down, they're probably 6 to 8 to 10 inches thick. Maybe I think the sideboards of that chute are about a foot. And so the fish come up 6, 8, 10 inches at times. You can sort out, a fraction of a percent, maybe, depending on, you can grab an occasional abnormally fish that might come through there to sort it out. But to do any real sorting with that volume of fish coming over that at that pace is unrealistic.
Thank you, David. That answered my question. I appreciate it. And thanks for testifying.
Any further questions of the AS? Thank you very much, David.
Thank you, council members.
All right, so that concludes all of our reports and takes us to a public comment. So we'll get started here, and if we can't finish before lunch, we'll pick it up after lunch. So first, if you see your name on the screen there, please raise your hand and make it easier for us to identify you and enable your microphone. So first call on Douglas Lasco. And Doug, you seem to be muted on your side. There you go.
Okay, I guess I'm ready to go. So thank you, Mr. Chair and council members. My name is Doug Lasco, and I'm president of Akuma Fishing Tackle, and I'm also a board member of CCA Cal, and I am the chair of the Western States Committee for the Saltwater American Sport Fishing Association. And I think I'm going to be echoing some of the comments that I've been hearing from a lot of the members and a lot of the speakers today. But from the recreational fishing industry's perspective, Akuma Fishing Tackle, we produce and distribute all types of fishing equipment that's distributed across the United States and virtually every country around the world. With a large portion of our business on the West Coast, so we're pretty involved in the local recreational sport industry out here. Our headquarters for the United States are in Ontario, California, so we're a part of the Southern California region. And I think that it's fair to say, with all the various COVID issues that we've had in the past year, we've really finally understood how important the recreational fishing industry is to not just the West Coast, but the entire country. But for the West Coast fishing, especially Southern California, we saw the industry shut down basically for 6 months, which really had a negative impact on a lot of the businesses. And it's not just the fishing tackle or the fishing industry. It also impacted trips to restaurants, hotels, et cetera, et cetera. So we see this issue very much impacting the greater population at hand. And we also know that this issue for sardines has been in front of the council, numerous times, and we've been following it for the past number of years. And I think from our understanding and our perspective, we understand that NMFS divides the Pacific sardines into two subpopulations, the northern and the southern. And I've heard many people talk about this. We feel that the southern population is relatively abundant. And we do understand that there's some discussion regarding the northern population. However, we also understand that the council doesn't recognize the separation and doesn't recognize the subpopulations. We believe that NMFS and the council should coordinate the management approach to the Pacific sardines, and we feel that separating them into the two distinct subpopulations would be a good thing. Additionally, we also understand that NMFS surveys have not been comprehensive, and as several other people have discussed, we feel that there's generally some missing populations in and around the inshore areas. The commercial and recreational fishing industry, as well as the CDFW, have argued for years that the NMFS surveys substantially underestimate the Pacific sardine and the abundance of it, understate the abundance. It's our understanding that based on CDFW's 2020 aerial surveys, which have not yet been included in the assessments, the Pacific sardine abundance may be actually 50% larger than what NMFS has found. We don't understand why this information hasn't been included into the assessments. And we know that NMFS has not conducted the planned 2020 surveys. And because of that, I think that if they had, or if it would be reflected, we would understand more about the abundance. So it's our opinion that if the 2020 survey had been conducted as well as having the CDFD aerial surveys considered, the assessments of the southern subpopulation would be shown to be healthy. To the recreational angling community, live bait fishing is by far the preferred method of fishing. Given the impact that COVID and the shutdowns of 2020 have had on the California businesses and the general population, we support the best available science as determined by the SSC. We also agree with the MT and the AS reports recommended ACT. It's our opinion that with these changes in order to discuss the improvement future assessments, the 2021 assessment should show that the Pacific sardine southern subpopulation is in fact at a healthy level, and that any reduction in the ABC would not be warranted. Now, I thank you, for your time. I appreciate all the comments that I've heard, and I appreciate the work that you all do. Thank you.
Thank you, Doug. Are there any questions for Doug? Louis Zim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony, Doug. And I'm glad that you're here for me to ask you maybe a question that's difficult. You may have seen in some of the figures that the last 2 years electronic logbook reporting for live bait catches were somewhere around 1,000 tons, but in previous years estimates all the way up to I believe 1,500 tons, or anyway more. What do you think is going to happen this year? Is there a possibility that that live bait may need more than 1,000 tons, or is this beyond what anybody can predict?
I think that's probably a little bit out of my comfort zone. I can tell you the situation with recreational fishing, specifically to the western part of the United States, the fishing's been very good, and that it's a very cyclical system for both anchovies and sardines. And I think that the scientists and other people are talking about the El Nino or those types of effects. And I think from everything that I've been told, just by fishermen and people within the industry, is that we're in a cycle to where there's more anchovies, or there's we're seeing good, healthy populations of fish. We're also seeing good, healthy populations of live bait, and so we've seen it, a positive situation on the West Coast with the fishing, recreational fishing, over the last 3 or 4 years. And we see that continuing going into 2021 and 2022. And so that's a lot of positives. And I know that there's a lot of people within our industry who are interested in the conservation. We're interested in being able to have a healthy fishery, because that's our life, that's our lifeblood. And so we completely understand the questions regarding live bait and the ecosystem, but we honestly believe that it's a very healthy system. But at the same time, I don't want to underestimate the situation with the effects that we all faced last year, just from a business point of view. And if there is any uncertainty, and if there is a feeling that the numbers aren't or are being understated, we feel that any reduction in that allocation would harm the people who have already been harmed in the last year. And we're all for a scientific approach to looking at the harvests and the amounts, but we think that it'll show to be more healthy than it actually is.
All right, thank you, Doug. Any further questions for Doug? Thank you very much. Next, we have Diane Pleschner-Steele, and I believe you have a presentation.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chair. Yes, I do. I have some maybe go to Sandra, first slide, please. Sandra, first slide, please.
Next slide. There you go.
Thanks. Thank you very much. And thank you very much, Mr. Chair and council members. Diane Pleschner-Steele, California Wet Fish Producers, and reiterating everything that you've heard so far from the SSC and our advisory subpanel, I would like very much to bring you some of the evidence that we've been collecting. And first, I would like to point out that this conflict really is between what the fishermen say is out there based on what they're seeing and what biologists say based on insufficient science. And I wrote those words in 2000, when was that? When did I write that? About 20 years ago in an article that I wrote for Pacific Fishing Magazine at the return of the sardine the first time. And I guess, one of our key arguments is that the stock assessment still assuming the biomass levels are low and likely recruitment will continue to be low. And we've been presenting evidence to the contrary. And our question is, why are we dismissing that evidence despite multiple lines? Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. I think the big uncertainty now is the abundance of sardine inshore acoustic trawl surveys, and fishermen, and especially the live bait fishermen, have been bringing evidence of small sardines to this council and to also to the agency since really the 2015. Next slide, please. Next slide, thank you. And here are a couple of other, besides the fishermen, there were observations of young sardine and adults documented in the juvenile rockfish surveys in 2015 through 2018, although they didn't see them in 2019. But Cal Coffee Report Volume 60 had reported Pacific sardine were also abundant, and the Cal Coffee survey in 2019 saw a little spike of sardine eggs in the Cal Coffee surveys. Next slide, please. I'd like to point out 70% of our sardine fishery in California is not documented because it occurs inside the 20 fathom curve. And that area is inshore of both the NOAA acoustic trawl and also the Cal Coffee surveys. And that's why we are dedicated as an industry to help try to fill in the blank of what's going on inshore. Next slide, please. We've seen many observations, and this is focusing on our EFP data for 2020. This was directed quite biosampling fishery in Monterey, and over the course of the year, we collected 19 sets, 461.5 tons. And you can see the predominance of a little bit of age 0 and age 1 and 2. So these are all occurring since the 2015 sardine fishery closure. So obviously, we've got young sardines in our coastal waters. Next slide, please. This is one photograph that was taken from a 32-ton landing in Monterey last June. And maybe this is a one picture worth 1,000 words addressing a question that Louis might have had said. This was in one set. This was actually all the sardines were schooling together, everything from young of the year to 5-year-old fish. And this was all in one night's of fishing, all coming from a set. Next slide, please. These are observations that we're taking in Southern California. And these we are trying to focus on water temperatures that are presumed to be northern stock, so under 62 degrees. And in here we did 17 sets, 491 tons. And I think about over 70% of these were water temperature 62 degrees and or colder. And in the July to December ones, all the water temperature was under 59 degrees. Next slide, please. Can you please run this video? This is an example of one of the bios.
Massive school here. We're on 800 feet, 4-degree tilt. There's a picture of the meter. 6 fathoms of solid fish. Massive school. Still going here. Going 7 knots. 6 knots. Still going. And still going. Oh, looks like we're just gonna come out of them now.
As you'll note, when we take these to the market not only weighs the total tonnage, but they also develop the size of the fish. The average size of this fish was under 30 grams, which would be very young fish. Next slide, please.
Massive school here.
Please advance it. There we go. And this, again, we conducted with help from the Southwest Fisheries Science Center. We're now conducting nearshore acoustic surveys. And this was a survey that we did. In fact, we just finished it about a week ago of the Southern California bite. And we're doing it in conjunction with the Lasker offshore. In fact, our boat was transecting, I think it was in Malibu, and we could see, the fishermen could see the Lasker just offshore. Next slide, please. And this is some observations we're seeing here. This is transect. Well, I'll let him tell you. Please run the video.
This is the inside between transect 29 and 28. There's just lots of spots there. Lots of 20, 50, 60 ton spots. Sardine. A couple small spots of anchovy also. But mostly sardine with a little bit of mackerel in here. Spot after spot for quite a ways there.
So this is what they saw in Southern California at the same time that the aerial survey was conducting its survey this spring. Next slide, please.
This is the inside of between transect 29 and 28. There's just lots of spots there.
Same one.
Lots of.
There we go.
This spot here is right at the end of transect 211. Whole beach is full of sardine here.
And this was taken at Catalina on March 26th. The aerial survey didn't fly Catalina, but the acoustic did. And I think the Lasker, I don't know how close they came to Catalina, but I know they surveyed that area. Please advance. Next slide. There we go. So long story short, this nearshore abundance really needs to be factored into the stock assessment, and evidence on the ground needs to be considered. We need to, well, it says draft projection belies reality, which the SSC agreed to, and thankfully they did reject it. we really need to stop deducting southern sardine landings from northern sardine harvest limits. And that's a big problem going forward with this stock assessment and these management measures. Next slide, please. So our high priority recommendations parallel the SSC and the management team, as well as the advisory subpanel. And our hope is that we can conduct a sardine star panel review. I recognize the management team, caution about workload, but I guess what I would say here is as soon as possible. And if they're going to do a catch only in 2021 or 2022, it needs to include all these data that show an evidence of sardines in the near shore that have not to this point been factored in. And one of the things that our advisory subpanel recommended that we strongly support is we need to do a workshop to reevaluate model assumptions to learn why the assessment model is still predicting a decline in age 1 when the AT survey abundance data from the benchmark and evidence in the field also show an increase. Next slide, please. You've heard me speak about this many times, and I'll just want to emphasize sardines are the foundation of California's wet fish industry. Without sardines, we have nothing at this point because the 20% incidental set aside is precluding catches in every other fishery, because if there are a lot of sardines in that school, the fishermen just don't bother to even set on them. And I think what the department's landings data showed that even squid, which is the only fishery we have left, even squid are having a higher incidence of sardine. And the fishermen, if we can't fish squid, we just have to tie up and the markets have to close their lights. So we are in dire straits at this time. Please advance the slide. And again, this is kind of reiterating the social and economic impacts that the closure of the sardine fisheries have on our industry. Our sales impact, it used to be $16 million, went to 61,000 and even lower now. Employment's reduced by more than 50% due to loss of fishing opportunity. And we're simply just asking this council for please help us. Next slide, please.
Hey, Diane, let me mention, could you wrap up as best certainly you can here?
Yeah, I don't have the time clock, so I'm thank you. We're just asking for your help to improve the science and improve, support our EFPs going forward, and including our EFP for biological collection. Next slide. Next slide, please. I would, again, in place of this, I would just say we support the management measures put forward by the subpanel and the management team. Next slide, please. I would just simply here point out balance is a key mandate of the Magnuson Act. And the Magnuson Act requires the council to consider the needs of fishing communities, not only biology, in developing rebuilding measures. And it doesn't, please consider these issues and help us. And I think that's it.
All right, thank you very much, Diane. Are there any questions for Diane on her presentation? Krista Svensson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and hopefully you can hear me today. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. After yesterday, I just want to confirm before I ask the question. So thank you, Diane, for giving your presentation, and I may just have missed it, but the video clips that you showed were really interesting. I'm just wondering how how are you verifying that those are sardines versus other species of fish that are in the water? I mean, is it a visual in addition to seeing it on a monitor, or really what is the mechanism for that?
Through the chair, and thank you, Krista, for your comment or your question. These are all fish that have been sampled. So this is the sonar that the fisherman is running before he collects his samples. So all of the visuals are verified because we have samples. And of course, the fishermen know what they're looking at for the most part anyway. But these are all of the sonar images that you saw are verified through sampling.
Perfect. Thank you. That was the connection piece that I didn't have, was that was actual from what they were catching. So thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further questions for Diane? Thank you very much, Diane, for your presentation.
Mr. Chair, if I have, because Phil had asked a question earlier that I could have an answer for if it would please the council.
Well, I think it's up to Phil to renew his question to you.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Diane.
Thank you.
Elena Siddall, followed by Jeff Chester.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the council. My name is Elena Siddall, and I am the scientific contractor with the Sport Fishing Association of California. We are a nonprofit organization with a strong reputation of working collaboratively with the state and federal fisheries managers, researchers, and environmental nonprofits. We have spent the last 4 decades working to promote responsible and sustainable marine recreation in California. Our extensive membership includes all of the CPFV companies in Southern California. We continue to acknowledge that the health of the sardine stock and the CPFV fleet that it is the foundation of is of utmost importance. Access to live bait is critical to the operation and the existence of the entire CPFV fleet. Today, we would just like to express our support for the management team's supplemental report using the acceptable biological catch for Tier 3 at 3,329 metric tons. We sincerely thank you for your strong and continued support for the CPFV fleet, the numerous businesses and families that it supports, and the positive message of collaboration that it represents. That's it. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you, Elena. Are there questions for Elena Louis-Zim?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome, Elena. Thank you for testifying. Really appreciate it. It's good to hear from you. I was looking back on the catches of the live bait fleet, and I saw that once the electronic logbooks came on, that we were hovering around 1,000 metric tons. And then I saw earlier in the earlier years that it was higher. Can you explain what was going on there? Is that we have better years and better seasons of fishing and more demand for bait, or is that just an artifact of going from a volunteer to electronic recording? Thank you.
I think it's just a function of some years being really good and some years not so much. I think you also would have probably more insights than I would on that one. But that would be my answer.
Thank you, Elena. Yes, that was my thought as well. In the discussion, I may speak more to that. Thank you.
Any further questions for Elena? I'm not seeing any. Jeff Chester is next, and I believe Jeff has a presentation. And just as a heads up, we'll probably break for lunch after Jeff has presented and answered any questions.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the council. This is Jeff Chester representing Oceana.
If you could, I have some comments on sardine management for 2021 and 22. If you could advance the next slide, please. So yes, we're very concerned that Pacific sardines have collapsed both in an absolute as well as a relative scale, according to the 2020 assessment. It does give us great pause that the SSC rejected the catch projection. Particularly, what gives us concern is the extremely high levels of Mexican catch that seem to have occurred after the 2020 assessment, and that those weren't able to be reconciled. We are concerned that throughout a lot of this time, the productivity of the stock has been overestimated. Next slide, please. In the formula you see at the top for overfishing limits, one of the key parameters in there is this exploitation rate, the maximum sustainable yield exploitation rate, or EMSY. And we note that the NS1 guidelines say that the MSY must be set based on prevailing ecological and environmental conditions. And that initially in the original CPS FMP, there was a range from 5% in low productivity scenarios up to 15% in a more high productivity scenario. The 5% certainly was intended for use in low recruitment conditions. And overestimating productivity, especially for a stock that is continuing to decline, is a recipe for disaster. And that, as you know, that was part of what caused the groundfish collapse. And we believe this contributed to the decline in sardines. Next slide, please. So where we're concerned is there's a disconnect between the continued use of a very high EMSY value at the upper quartile of the range in productivity versus what the stock assessment shows is that we've had the quote lowest recruitment in recent history over the last decade or so. The rebuilding analysis itself that the council adopted was predicated on continued low productivity of the stock. Yet the MSY exploitation rate is being set way too high at 22% due to the use of this Cal Coffee temperature index, which continues to predict high sardine recruitment. And we note that both the SSC and the management team did point this out in both of their statements. Next slide, please. So I wanted to again remind the council of this paper that was produced by the Southwest Fisheries Science Center scientists, Juan Zielinski and Dave Deemer. This basically showed that upon reanalysis of that Cal Coffee index, it showed that it was basically invalid for calculating EMSY and based on a spurious relationship between recruitment success and that index. And they recommended instead that EMSY should be based on measurements of recent stock productivity inferred directly from surveys or assessments. And so based on this this line of multiple sources of evidence, and I think as well as just basic common sense in terms of the disconnect, we put together a set of alternative sardine specifications. In the next slide, please. So we have in basically this table has two columns. The first column is using this EMSY based on Cal Coffee of 22.4%. And you can see, using the 2020 biomass and the various parameters, the OFL and the ABC, as you've seen before in the management team statement. We basically kept all those same parameters, but changed the EMSY to 5%. To reflect the low productivity, which we believe does better represent the best available science. And that yields a OFL of 1,230 metric tons and an ABC of 741. And based on this, we would ask the council to adopt an ACL of 700 tons, an ACT of 600 tons, and then also a 10% incidental catch allowance of sardines and other CPS fisheries, which I'll describe in a sec. And I did want to mention that while we know that the council may have concerns with overriding its own SSC, the council does have discretion over the P-star value, and we note that setting P-star at a greater level of risk aversion around 0.15 or 0.20 yields a similar ABC to what you would see under a 5% EMSY. So the council definitely has in its discretion the ability to do that and account for the recognized problems in the EMSY through its selection of the P-star value, which is about risk aversion. So on the next slide, please. So regarding the incidental catch recommendation, the FMP allows incidental catch limits to be set for other CPS species between 0 and 20% of landings for an overfished stock. The limit has been set at the upper end of this range at 20% by the council since sardines were declared overfished in 2019. We request the council set the limit at 10% rather than 20% to better minimize incidental catch, provide incentives to avoid schools that are mixed with that include sardines, also to better prevent exceeding the ACT and ACL and help prevent constraining other fisheries. We don't believe that the data on incidental catch provided in CDFW Report 2 shows that this would have major economic impacts. In particular, the vast majority of CPS landings do not contain any sardines. We note the very low values relative to the total CPS values that actually have sardines in the landings. And of the recent market squid landings specifically containing incidental sardines over the last 2 years, 90% of those sets had incidental sardine catch less than 10%. So we believe this would not have major economic impacts and would better help strengthen those incentives to minimize incidental catch. Next slide, please. With respect to the live bait fishery, we note that Amendment 17 to the FMP removed the previous prohibition on directed live bait fishing for an overfished sardine stock. And the original FMP basically said that the live bait catch is expected to be mostly sardine when sardines are abundant and mostly anchovy when anchovy are abundant. And in particular in the 90s when the FMP was first authorized, live bait was primarily anchovy at that time. And so I think we're respectfully and humbly asking the live bait sector to shift its focus toward anchovy at this time and lay off sardines as much as possible until they recover. And we believe that reasonable limits to reduce sardine live bait catch are needed to help prevent further declines and to ease off pressure on this stock. We also note that the recent ACTs and ACLs, as well as the specific measures for live bait at 2,500 tons, have not constrained the live bait sardine fishery. And so, obviously this does not have to be an all or nothing thing, but right now we don't have limits that are really constraining the live bait fishery. And we believe that, with the live bait sardine catch around 1,000 tons over the last couple seasons, we hope to see those numbers not go back and increase and not have buffers to allow that increase, but rather the incentives be shifted to encourage a focus on other more abundant species right now. Next slide, please. And I think very related to that discussion of the live bait situation is this question about the southern subpopulation of Pacific sardine. And I would point out that this is an area where we see major common ground among stakeholders, even in the public comment you've heard in the last three speakers. The advisory panel developed a consensus proposal on how to address this and basically said either manage it as one stock or if there are two stocks, add the southern stock to the CPS FMP. So there would be an actual separate management regime and a separate annual catch limit for the southern stock. It also recommended improving science on ATM estimates and differentiating stocks, as well as coordination with Mexico. And we believe that this really, because there is uncertainty right now in the health of that southern subpopulation, we don't think that just kind of having a blind eye and management to what's happening in the southern subpopulation is the appropriate way to go. And there is widespread support around the table for managing that southern subpop. Next slide, please. And so overall, in addition to these, the specifics for this year, we hope that that the council can get back on a track that is actually updating and responding to various concerns that have been raised for quite some time. First and foremost, directing NMFS to develop a new method for setting that EMSY based on recent recruitment. Second of all, there's been ongoing concerns with the distribution parameter. Even the workshop that was done showed the distribution parameter was faulty. And we think it could actually be solved fairly simply by assessing the biomass in U.S. waters alone. Initiating discussions with Mexico and Canada, coordinate management, increasing the biomass threshold of the cutoff to 640,000 tons would prevent further future declines in the future. And using ATM survey biomass to directly set harvest specifications, as well as updating the minimum stock size threshold. So thank you. I see my time is up. The next slide just has a pretty picture of sardines from the Monterey Bay Aquarium, and we really appreciate the ability to provide public comment on this and would take any questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Jeff, for that presentation. Let me see if there are any questions from around the table. And I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much. All right, Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And thanks, Jeff, for your testimony. I was following along with you in your presentation and your thinking. And then at the last there, your recommendation to increase the cutoff, I think the number was up to 640. I was wondering what your thinking was around that and where that number came from.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Mr. Anderson, for the question. Yeah, it's actually this is a good reminder. The cutoff discussion was one that was a major discussion back in 2013 and 14 when the last management strategy evaluation was conducted by Andre Punt and Felipe Hurtado. And we saw in that we did some analysis and had some model runs show the effect of a higher cutoff, and 640,000 tons was based on the LENFEST recommendations of setting a cutoff biomass at approximately 40% of the long-term average biomass. So that's where the number came from. It's very similar also to Zwolinski and Deemer's estimate for a biomass threshold they identified, looking back at the history of sardines for over the last 100 years or so. And what the 640 really did was it shut the fishery, it closed down the directed fishery well in time so that the population could actually bounce back and not come close to the overfish threshold. And so we believe that it is consistent with the best available science that's out there on what cutoffs should be for highly dynamic forage fish, especially given the uncertainty when they're in declines and the inability and often delay in detecting when those stocks are in decline. And that 640 was based specifically on analysis done in a management strategy evaluation that ultimately showed that would actually have the fishery still open in most of the years that it would with a lower cutoff, but avoid these situations where the stock is really in a very low biomass for extended periods. And when the stock is able to have higher productivity, that it bounces back much, much faster with the higher cutoff. So we see a very win-win scenario, very much a win-win in having a higher cutoff, and would hope that the council could revisit that discussion when thinking about its long-term goals for sardine management. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
Any further questions? Thank you very much, Jeff. All right, so we will pick up public comment after lunch, and I'll set a return time after we hear from our Executive Director, Chuck Tracy, on some potential agenda changes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to give people a heads up, the salmon management measures clarification is progressing at a fairly slow pace. So we're not even sure we will get to it at all today, but if we do, I think we can count on it being towards the latter half of the afternoon. I think there's also, if we do get to it, there's a reasonably good chance not all sectors will have guidance, so we may have to leave it open and continue it on Monday. So given that, obviously I don't know, we still got a 6 public comments here and then council action. I'm not sure how long that'll take, but a while in any event. But I do believe we are ready to move up Salmon D4. That's the Coho ESA consultation update. So I guess I would just expect that when we conclude this agenda item on the sardine assessment and management measures, we will move into Salmon Coho ESA consultation update. And then we'll see where we stand with providing additional guidance on the salmon management measures after that. So that's my announcement, Mr. Chair.
All right. Thank you very much, Chuck. So it's 11:59. Why don't we come back at 1 o'clock and we'll continue with public comment and then have our council discussion and action on E4. So have a good lunch. We'll see you back here in an hour.
Really frustrating to not have a say in what is happening to you.
It's not just will the fish live or die, it's will the fisherman live or die.
Well, why is this happening, or why is this, or why is that, or they just want to shut it down, and
am I going to be able to survive? It's hard.
I first heard about MRAP from two fishermen.
Got a hold of me and said, hey, I've got this great opportunity for you. It's a program that's by and for fishermen.
I was very skeptical going into that meeting and very enlightened coming out.
MRAP gives you the recipe.
Where does the data come from? How do people use the data, the laws, and the steps that one goes through to translate into a regulation?
I was afraid of the rulemaking process, but I think they listened to what everyone there had to say, including myself.
MREP was really helpful in how I can be an active participant in the management of my fishery.
All right, welcome back from lunch. We're going to get started here in a moment. We are in public comment, and as a reminder, if you have signed up for public comment, please raise your hand so it is easier for us to enable your microphone. So, Chuck, let me just check with you and see if anything has changed in terms of our plans for the afternoon. Not hearing you, Chuck. I'm going to take that as nothing has changed. So we'll go back to public comment, and we'll start with Merritt McRae, followed by Wayne Coho.
Hello, I'm Merritt McRae. Chair Gorelnik, council members, please support the recommendations of your science and management advisory bodies. I feel those speaking out in favor of even lower harvest levels have demonstrated they do not support sustainable fisheries. Rather, they've simply advocated curtailing fishing at almost every opportunity. Please follow the science while prioritizing the live bait fishery as able. Thank you.
Thank you, Merritt. Any questions for Merritt? All right, thank you, Merritt. Wayne Coho, followed by Matt Everingham. Wayne, you're muted on your end, I think.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we got you now.
Perfect, thank you. Hi, Chair Gorelnik and council members. Wayne Coho with Coastal Conservation Association of California, representing the saltwater anglers. I've been fishing in California for over 50 years and mostly in Southern California and Baja. It's very interesting that there are so many reports of declining forage fish stocks, especially within the Southern California Bight. Anyone who has been out on the water in the last few years has seen the abundance of life off our coastline. This increase would not be happening without the availability of forage fish. Live bait is critical to the California sport fishing. COVID-19 and the shutdowns crippled many of the California businesses and sport fishing landings and operators in particular, which lost half of their 2020 season and then had to run with limited loads with higher overhead costs. The continued reliable access to live bait, which normally means sardines in Southern California, is critical to the health of the California sport fishing industry. Live bait is gathered in areas near the harbors of use and sometimes within the harbors themselves. Most of the sardines in the last few years have been very close to the surf line. We cannot leave any of our harbors without going through huge schools of sardines. We are seeing a variety of age classes within these schools and have for the last few years. Live bait requirements are modest, but have huge importance to the industry and to the California recreational economy. The perceived lack of abundance of sardines results from two factors that the council should address. First, past surveys have not been comprehensive. Aerial surveys of unsurveyed nearshore areas suggest there is at least a third more of sardine biomass that has been missed in the past stock assessments. Second, the council's sardine management does not align with the subpopulations identified by NMFS. These 2 points have been overwhelmingly supported from all of the various NGO community. The subpopulation of greatest concern is the northern subpopulation of sardine. However, the live bait industry doesn't rely on this subpopulation, which is generally absent from the Southern California Bight during warmer months when the live bait demand is highest. Council management does not take this into account. We support the best available science as determined by the SSC. We agree with the MTNAS reports recommended ACT. Thank you for this opportunity to explain how essential live bait availability is to the sport fishing in California and the need for the council to focus its efforts to address the aforementioned issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Wayne. Are there any questions for Wayne? Thank you, Wayne. Matt Everingham, followed by Bob Kurz.
Great. Can you hear me?
You bet.
All right. Good afternoon. I want to first say thanks for the opportunity to participate in this public process. Over the last few days, it's been very interesting to see, how much detailed attention goes into this process, and that really makes me happy that there's so much effort being made to basically make sure we have sustainable fisheries. That's important. So we fish for live bait in the San Diego area. And so I wanted to basically give kind of an update on what we're seeing out there and kind of go from there. And as has been happening for the last few years, we are seeing an unusual predominance of sardines in our waters that we fish in. And we usually see more transitions from sardine to anchovy being dominant. And the last few years, it's been pretty much seeing all sardine all the time. And we see anchovy once in a while of a size that's, usable for live bait. We actually did get some anchovy this week. So we'll find out, in the weeks to come if that sticks around or not. It usually shows up in the springtime for a little bit, so we'll see. But it's been very unusual that the last few years, sardines have remained dominant almost the whole time. So that all being said, California is scheduled to end the lockdown in June, which is very encouraging. It's been a difficult to get through all the lockdown, all this other stuff going on. It has not made things easy. And live bait is a keystone business in the Southern California community. We are looking forward to participate in and support the economic recovery that all of us hope is on the horizon with reopening the state. The local abundance of live bait will play an important role in that. And we actually have been reached out to by businesses outside of the fishing industry that see what we do as important to them as well. So that's been interesting to learn about that. So now is not a good time to artificially limit this recovery process, not just for fishing community, but for Southern California overall. Also, I'm nervous about being put in a position where we are being required to pursue a less abundant species. It doesn't seem to be good stewardship of our local waters if that was to be required of us. And it's not good for the environment. It means burning more fuel, et cetera, et cetera. It's just not good for anybody. We generally, just because of market forces and the costs involved, we are basically, to be sustainable, required to pursue whatever species is more abundant in our local waters. So that all being said, the season seems to be warming up a little bit earlier this year. The last couple of years have been kind of late starters. This most recent year, kind of a late starter due to COVID lockdowns. And so with all these factors together, we're hoping that it's going to be a good year. And but obviously we can't predict the future. So again, we provide live bait, not just live, but lively. And that's the way our customers like it. So that's it for now. I want to thank you again for the chance to talk to you all.
All right, thank you very much, Matt. Are there any questions for Matt? Louis Zim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome, Matt. Thank you for your testimony. I'm going to ask you perhaps a hard question. I presume that you have temperature gauges on board for your sea temp. Do you see a change in the sardine makeup or population or schools that you're wrapping when the temperature gets above 62 degrees? Is that a mark that you really see, or does it just sort of, well, just let me know, what do you see?
That's kind of a tough one to answer. I mean, I'm not sure if you're asking about the behavior or kind of the way they look or anything like that. I mean, it doesn't necessarily, that factor alone doesn't necessarily change the way the sardines behave. I know that further north, they're more available in deeper water and things like that, it's a different, they behave differently, in other words, in other areas. But yeah, I don't think there's a big difference based on temperature, other than just they don't like to, be taken into a different temperature water than what they're caught in. But that's kind of generally keeping fish alive kind of stuff, I think. So I don't know if that answers your question. It is kind of a tricky one.
Through the chair, maybe I can clear it up. It's been postulated that when the temperature is above 62 degrees, that we are fishing on the southern stock, and when it's below 62 degrees, we're fishing on the northern stock. Can you identify actually in the fish that you catch any difference, any change, between, let's say, 60 degrees and 63? Does that seem to be a regime shift, or do you seem to be fishing? Because I know what you do is you go out into the waters of the Imperial Beach and Coronado Bight, and for the most part, and fish on those schools, and you keep track of those schools day by day. Do you see any actual switch when you get to these change in temperatures, or is this possibly something that scientists see in other regions?
I'm trying to think of anything that a change that would be related to temperature like that. It doesn't, the behavior of the sardines is very complicated. A lot of it's driven by things like the phase of the moon and the activity of predators in the area and things like that. And they're very good at hiding. And so they will, disperse into, really kind of wide areas. And then, at certain times of day, they group back up together again. And then, but I don't necessarily see that happening based on temperature strictly. I mean, not, at least not in a way that you can isolate it, that it's just that. I mean, because there's so many other factors involved that their behavior seems to be related to.
Through the chair, thank you. That illuminates the many other factors. Thank you.
Are there any other questions for Matt? Bob Dooley, or excuse me, Brad Pettinger.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Grelnick. Wayne, the sardine schools, you mentioned the fish that are feeding on them. Are the fish that are feeding on them, are those the fish that you're actually catching or pursuing in the sport fishery?
Well, yeah, I mean, the ones that are legal to catch. I mean, clearly there's a lot more predators than just, the target fish for the sport fishing. Sport fishermen.
Maybe I'll clarify. I did a trip, a live bait trip here a couple years ago with the help of our chairman, and I just got curious. That was for bluefin and some mahi or something like that. And basically, are the fish that you're removing out of the water in that fishery, the live bait fishery, are those fish also is a large part of their diet in sardines?
I'm not sure if I can answer that question. So the live bait that we're gathering are predominantly sardines right now. So I think what you're asking is, when the sardines are used for live bait, are the target species fish that eat the sardines? Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Yeah, pretty much everything eats sardines that's bigger than a sardine, as far as I can figure.
All right. Any further questions for Matt? Thank you, Matt. And Brad, if you have another question? Okay.
Sorry.
All right. Not seeing any further questions. Thanks very much, Matt. Let me Thanks so much. I thought I saw a hand up, but I didn't. So now we'll go to Bob Kurz, followed by Teresa Labriola. Bob, we're not hearing you. Bob, you may be muted on your side, or you may not be using, you may be using an older version of Ring Central, which is a problem. So why don't we go to the other speakers? And Bob, what I would suggest in the meantime is that you log out and download the current version of Ring Central, and then hopefully we can get back to you. I see you up there twice now. Can you hear me now? Okay, we're still not hearing you, Bob. I apologize. We'll try to come back to you after the remaining speakers, and hopefully we can get the technical bugs worked out so we can hear from you. So next we'll hear from Teresa Labriola.
Good afternoon, Chair Gorelnik and council members.
Good afternoon.
Thanks. I'm Teresa Labriola, representing Wild Oceans. And thank you for the opportunity to speak today on sardine management. And thank you for your continued effort to allow for virtual and meaningful public participation in the council discussions. Wild Oceans was founded more than 45 years ago by recreational fishermen concerned about conserving highly migratory species. And our circle of concern soon expanded from predator to prey, recognizing that future fishing opportunities depend on our ability to maintain resilient forage fish within our ecosystems. And I like what Matt just said, pretty much everything eats sardines that's bigger than a sardine. I want to thank the SSC and the CPSMT and CPSAS for their detailed deliberations and discussion of the sardine assessment and the potential management measures. And I'll just take a few minutes to echo several comments that you've already heard today from your advisors and the public. You heard that the SSCs rejected this year's catch-only assessment and adopted last year's assessment as the best biomass estimate of about 28,000 metric tons. And the continued low biomass estimate is troubling given the importance of sardine to the ecosystem and the predators, as well as the importance to the recreational live beat fleet and the commercial fishery, as you've heard people talk about throughout the day. Considering the uncertainty in the stock assessment, I want to support the MT's Tier 3 assessment category assignment. This assignment results in a higher buffer between the OFL and the ABC. And this makes sense as the larger buffer recognizes the increase in the uncertainty of the sardine stock assessment. I want to share the concerns of the SSC and the MT and others that we need to reevaluate the best way to calculate EMSY, given our current value suggests that the northern stock is in a productive regime. The recent benchmark assessment found that the 5 years of recruitment reflected some of the lowest on record, yet our EMSY has been set in its upper bounds. And that's inconsistent with low productivity and definitely can skew our calculations that we're making today. So I fully endorse the research priority for reevaluating EMSY. And given the disconnect between the EMSY and stock productivity, I'd encourage the council to consider whether there is a need for a different buffer between OFL and ABC. You've heard about the importance of the live bait fishery to Southern California economically and culturally, and also the concern that the sardine caught in this sector are usually considered part of the southern stock, but are counted against the quota set for the northern stock. While sardine abundance is high, when sardine abundance is high and the annual commercial harvest is, could exceed 100,000 metric tons, an 1,800 metric ton bait fishery would barely register in our calculations. But in the past few years and today, the discussion about it and the amount of testimony and the understanding of the importance of this fishery economically and culturally highlights the need to align management consistent with the stocks division of the subpopulations. For this reason, we support the recommendations of both the SSC and the MT to reevaluate the current understanding of the stock structure for Pacific sardine, along with reconsidering the model used to assign catches to the northern and southern subpopulations. It's important not only for the sport fishing community, but the commercial fishery, as you've heard, and also to ensuring a healthy forage base for dependent predators. And this, first step should help us determine whether there are one stock or two stocks of sardine. And once this question is answered, I would expect your advisors could recommend how to better manage the fishery so that harvest limits and landings are attributed to the correct stock. This alignment will help us build resilience in the face of climate change as well, understanding which stock, or whether we have one stock, which stock is abundant and able to sustain harvest. And it will provide greater protections for the ecosystem while affording fishing opportunities. Consistent with this process of considering our stock structure, we support reevaluating the harvest control rule in favor of more precautionary management that may reduce the severity of natural forage fish cycles in the future. The establishment of cutoff in the harvest control rule recognizes that fishing during periods of low abundance can exacerbate natural declines and cause a steeper retraction and stall recovery of the sardine stock. And in order to protect the balance between predator and prey and fishermen in the California current, I think it's a good opportunity to re-examine cutoff in light of scientific recommendations to leave 40% of unfished forage biomass in the ocean. And I thank Mr. Anderson for asking Mr. Schuster to explain some of the recent science on that. And I think that's well explained. By resetting cutoff and other parameters, we can manage sardine for higher biomass than BMSY to enhance and protect the marine ecosystem. And this is all, of course, sort of next step. That's a next step project, but one that I think it's important to consider when you do take a next step. So today we urge you to take affirmative steps to align the stock structure with management by first tasking your science advisors with reevaluating the current understanding of stock structure for Pacific sardine. Two, tasking your advisors to make recommendations to align management and the harvest control rule with these results. And at the same time, we would recommend you task your science advisors with reevaluating EMSY or other harvest control parameters to be incorporated into management. This will help produce a more common sense approach to preserving the ecological integrity of the CEE, the California current, recognizing and safeguarding the importance of sardines, the ecosystem, predators, and recreational and commercial fishing communities. So thank you, and I'll take any questions.
Great, thank you very much, Teresa. Are there any questions for Teresa? Thank you, Teresa. So Bob Kurz, I think you got your audio straightened away. Can you hear us?
I can, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Absolutely. Thanks. Welcome. Please go ahead.
Thank you for your patience, Mr. Chair. Sometimes these things can be a little technologically challenging. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Bob Kurz. I'm a trustee and executive committee member for the International Game Fish Association, as well as a board member for Coastal Conservation Association California, and a lifelong recreational angler as well. Thank you for taking the time today to discuss the harvest of Pacific sardine. I suspect that Much of what I'm about to say has already been addressed by others. But as you know, sardines play an important role in our ocean as prey for predators such as tuna, salmon, sharks, marine mammals, and seabirds. They also play an important role in Southern California's sport fishing economy and culture. I'd like to share my support for the harvest guidelines for northern sardine recommended by the CPSMNT. The recommendations are based on the 2020 benchmark stock assessment. The acceptable biological catch, however, is more conservative than last year. This makes sense as the larger buffer recognizes the increase in uncertainty of the northern sardine stock assessment. The catch limit allows for the continued catch of sardines for use in the live bait fishery. The live bait sardine fishery occurs in Southern California, mostly in the summer. The sardines caught for live bait are assumed to be part of the southern sardine stock. However, all sardines in U.S. waters, including live bait, are counted against the northern stock quota. This inconsistency leads to a lot of concern when the sardine population is low. Needless to say, when this happens, recreational fishermen get worried that our southern sardine live bait supply will be limited because of a relatively low population of northern sardine. For this reason, I support the council taking action to align the management of sardine with the science of the sardine. Determining whether there is one or two stocks of Pacific sardine would appear to be paramount, in that once this is determined, it would allow the Pacific Fishery Management Council to better manage the resource and establish harvest limits and landings that are attributed to the correct stock. Thank you for your continued work to maintain a healthy ocean ecosystem and the long-term fishing opportunities. I'm available for any questions.
Thanks very much, Bob. Are there any questions for Bob? Thank you, Bob.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, and now Tom Schiff. I think I saw your hand up. You're muted on your end, Tom. Tom, we're not hearing you. Tom, you need, for my panel, it looks like you're muted on your end in your Ring Central app, so you need to unmute yourself there. Well, it doesn't appear that Tom is...
Does that work?
Oh, there you go, Tom.
I had it once, sorry. Anyhow, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, council members, and hardworking staff. Sardines obviously are very important to the Southern California recreational fishermen, of which I am one. I would like to first briefly touch on big picture, and that is of the 3 million, some 3 million recreational fishermen in California, they spend, the economic effect approaches 5 billion. A big part of that is here in Southern California, and the saltwater side, I think I've read in the logs, is somewhere in the 1.5 to $2 billion range. So it has a very significant economic impact, all the spin-offs considered. Our long-range fleet takes sardines all the way down Baja and 1,000 miles offshore. They have been reporting for years how healthy the fish stocks are, and this includes everything that, as mentioned previously, feeds on sardines, from tunas to yellowtail to yellowtail, everything, pretty much wahoo, whatever. And to Southern California, I don't know, honestly, if we can say they are southern stock or northern stock, but we're fortunate to have them most of the time. And in the summers, when the water is warmer, we're probably in the low to middle 60s, upper 60s most of the time. This year's been a little colder early. But anyhow, they're around, they're caught, they're used. Anchovies are popular too. They're harder to hook. And I submit that it seems to me that if there are two different stocks or even a question, that it should not be that hard, I would hope, to coordinate perhaps with Mexico and find out if there is a stock assessment we can rely on, or a survey or something of that nature. Our spotter plane, they fly all over and see schools everywhere. And I like the demonstration on the radar earlier, or the fish finder, as we call it. And the captains can tell from the type of images on the screen, basically what type of school of fish there is, in addition to obviously saving some of the schools from the ones that are wrapped. So that's about all I have. We love sardines for bait, and it's an economic reality. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Tom. Any questions for Tom? All right, thank you very much, Tom. And that concludes public comment on this agenda item and takes us to discussion and our specific council action. So I will look for a hand to get us started. Brianna Brady.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to express appreciation to the Southwest Fisheries Science Center for doing what they could in a year when the ATM survey couldn't run, and we therefore could only have a catch-only projection. And I appreciate the thorough review by the SSC of the catch-only projection, and that they felt compelled that they could not endorse the projection due to the difficulties that arose in the model working properly. The SSC used last year's benchmark assessment, and they made it a tier 3, thereby reducing the ABC by 22%. And I'm in general supportive of the management teams and AS's recommendations, with perhaps one slight change, and that would be to have an ACT of 3,000 metric tons, which would provide a little bit more of a buffer for time and tonnage to be able to track the various sectors. And thinking about that, I look at the management measures recommended by the MT and the AS, and also the request for the 930 metric tons for EFPs. And I think that reducing the biological EFP by 100 metric tons is necessary, as the fisheries appear that they may be constrained. I just wanted to offer those initial thoughts.
Thank you, Brianna. We'll look for some more thoughts, more discussion. And a reminder, we're setting the EFP limits here as well. Well, I don't want to cut off discussion, but maybe a motion would spur some discussion. So Brianna?
Sure. I have a motion I could send to Sandra.
All right, and then maybe we can have some discussion on that. This is an important topic, and we've had quite a number of perspectives presented, and I think that it deserves some discussion.
Should be on the way to Sandra.
And Carrie?
Yeah.
At this point, maybe Carrie may not have a chance to review it, but. Frank Lockhart, your hand is up. I also appreciate you're having some technical difficulties, but are you able?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, sorry about that. Everything just kind of all went wrong at the same time, so it took me a while to get back. So I missed some things, but I'm hoping it's not too late. There's been several kind of mentions of research and priorities and things along those lines, and some questions to certain people about what can be done and when. And I think it would be a good idea to call up Southwest Fisheries Science Center Director Cook and Dr. Annie Yao to kind of maybe give an overview and be available for any questions that people might have.
Okay. If Dr. Cook and Dr. Yao are available.
I believe they are.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
Absolutely.
Great. This is Kristen Cook at the Southwest Fisheries Science Center, and I did just want to, I asked Frank if I could have a few moments of the council's time to just address a few things, and then I asked if Dr. Yao would be available to help fill in a little bit more detail and answer questions if there are some. I first wanted to just put out a few thank yous to people on the CPS, in the CPS world. My first thanks, I'd like to thank my staff. First of all, as we all know, this stock is a particularly difficult stock to assess, not so much in the traditional sense, but there are just a multitude of interacting factors independent of fishing that affect sardine abundance and distribution. Most notably of that is the environmental sensitivity of sardine and CPS in general, which make it just a huge challenge and a growing challenge to assess accurately. There's also the matter of Mexico and Canada. And in this case, today, talking largely about the interaction or the impact of having that international line and the discussions with Mexico that we may have, or our ability to collaborate with Mexico, all sort of conspiring sometimes in some years more than others against a really solid ability to assess the stock. So I just want to put a shout out to my staff, and that includes the stat team, but also the survey team and the life history team, all who work very hard and diligently every year to make sure that we have a good presence at the council with respect to sardine. I also want to thank the region staff as well, who have been with us every step of the way along the way for many years on this. I want to thank the SST, the management team, and the CPSAS for their hard work to look at the update assessment this year and to discern some of the difficulties and challenges there. While it was rejected, the center has had a number of internal discussions about it, and we understand the rationale and reasons for that. And we thank everyone for putting forward some lists of priorities to look at, as well as some prioritization of those priorities, and recognizing that they can't all be taken on at once, but rather that we are, as partners in this, wanting to look at the comprehensive list of needs there and to make sure that we're addressing them systematically. I also wanted to thank just briefly a shout out to industry for working with the center for many years on this topic, many years, as well as the NGO community. The industry community has worked diligently to address some of particularly the issues related to the survey that have been pointed out in the reviews of the AT survey, getting into that inshore area and areas like that have, I think, worked to improve the survey over the years. And then I wanted to also thank CDF and W for their collaborations with the their aerial inshore survey and other matters along the way. I also want to acknowledge the calls for the high priority research that have been laid out. And I will ask that Annie go into some detail, if she's able to do that, on those priorities. I do think we have done some work since the reviews have happened on the AT survey to address some of those high priority recommendations that have come out of those reviews, specifically survey documentation and some of the survey modifications that have been called for. I don't think we've been able to do nearly enough. And so I wanted to acknowledge that today. There are a lot of pressures internally in terms of resources availability and staffing to take on some of those priorities, and those will continue into the future. I do think that Annie's division has had a fair amount of attrition over the years. And so whereas maybe 15, 20 years ago, we could have easily put a lot of people on this problem, I think that's simply not the case anymore. So I will be looking to other parts of the center and perhaps even beyond to determine if there are not other people who can be brought to bear on some of these issues. With respect to high-level efforts to work with Mexico, I think the many calls today for that to continue those conversations, and I happily, as I reported yesterday on the survey update, that's an area where I hope that we have made some headway in the last couple of years, and that we, as I said yesterday, hope to get down there with the ship this year and see more evidence of collaboration there. It's been a difficult, that situation has ebbed and flowed over the years politically, and our ability to get down there to both collaborate at the bench scientist level as well as collaborate on surveys and other areas has ebbed and flowed. But I do think that 21 years of the Trinational Sardine Forum that we have are evidence that we do have had some consistent level of interaction with Mexican scientists and Canadian scientists on sardine for many years, and those collaborations do continue. So I have a lot of hope. I have asked Dr. Yao and her team to come up with a plan for a plan at the June meeting, and to be presented at the June meeting to you all. And I think the reason we were not able to come today with a comprehensive plan for that is that there are a number of discussions that have to take place between now and June to make sure that what we bring before you then is something that is tractable. So with that, Annie, if you're still with us, I might ask you to go into a little bit more detail on some of these priorities.
Thank you. I'm here. Hopefully everyone can hear me okay. I was having some technical difficulties earlier. Great. So thanks, and I'll try not to repeat anything Kristen said, but just I wanted to add that I lots of good discussions happening at SSC, CPSMT, CPSAS. So I appreciate hearing those and hearing thoughts from the public as well on all these issues. Yes, we would need we need a little time to kind of run down what's feasible given timeframes here to address these, recognizing that all of these issues, these research issues that have been brought up by SSC and reiterated by others, are not new issues, and there's a history here. So I guess I'll start by saying, recognizing that. I appreciated having some sort of sense of prioritization, specifically the CPSMT, I think, put together some different categories, near term, long term. And that helps us kind of gauge what to move forward with as well. Simply because of, I'm thinking of how can we move past this? What happened with this projection, this catch-only projection with sardine? How do we move forward as a community past that? So talking about the priorities here, actually the CPSMT had ranked these along the lines of what I saw as scientifically the most logical to address to get at issues with how the stock assessment model and data are set up. So definitely, I think this issue of stock structure for sardine has been, like I said, longstanding. But can we better look at? Can we take another look at how the stock is delineated? It hasn't been revisited in a while, and the stock has since taken a different turn in terms of abundance. That makes a lot of sense to me to look at. as one of the first things to do. The second thing, and I know this is also longstanding, but a lot of, at least 2 reviews now, I've looked at the ATM survey in detail and provided a lot of recommendations. We've made headway in some areas, like Kristen said, but haven't in others. And kind of workload issue is always at the forefront of that, I think. But looking at the recommendations for improvement more in earnest this round, and trying to see what's possible to both, methods develop and implement in a survey in time for the benchmark is something we're going to look at to the maximum extent possible before this next benchmark comes up. I'll just acknowledge, so those are kind of the shorter term things that I think are reasonable to tackle before the next benchmark. I'll also say that I think the amount of progress we make with any of these is dependent on how much time and, of course, how many resources we have to put into them. The longer term, I just want to acknowledge a lot of discussion on EMSY in general. For this topic, we're well aware of the fact that we're using the Cal Coffee time series right now, and that there's a Zielinski Deemer paper in 2019 that talks about PDO being an alternative to this. A couple of points I just wanted to make here. The science behind the correlation of environmental variables such as temperature with sardine recruitment success. That has been and will continue to evolve over time. This is for a couple of reasons. Stock assessments evolve over time, so those time series of biomass and recruitment are going to be updated over time. Our ability to collect data on environmental variables evolves over time. New time series will pop up, more detailed time series will pop up. Ones might go away, that kind of thing. And then I'll also say, kind of more importantly in my mind, is that a lot of the historical correlations we've been working with, they seem to be breaking down here and there, right? So past predictions of past environmental variables that seem to be correlated with recruitment and biomass for CPS are not necessarily turning out to be predictors of future conditions. Marine heat waves, for example, and climate change just seem to be shifting us in an unknown direction, unpredictable direction. So so that's an issue, I think, that just kind of a broader issue for EMSY. Correlations that have held up in the past are not necessarily holding up in recent years. So it doesn't mean so EMSY I do see as an issue to be taken up, but kind of in a longer term time frame. I'll also note that the Cal Coffee SST that's currently being used in the harvest control rule, there's not, as you guys know, in the harvest control rule, there's a specific equation that must be calculated to apply it. That doesn't exist for any other temperature time series such as the PDO. So there's no actually path forward besides the Cal Coffee SST at the moment there. So let's see. I think that wraps up what I wanted to say as far as priorities, and just to reiterate that our commitment to getting at some of these in the short term to try and immediately improve the next benchmark, are going to be high on the list of things that FRD does, and certainly Kristen's also saying that the center does as a whole, but that all of the, some of these are just kind of longer term ones, and they will remain on our radar moving forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any questions? Corey Niles?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you all. That was very much what I was hoping to hear, and so I'm glad I was gonna put Frank on the spot later to ask him of these things. I guess I'll start with saying yes. I think we also appreciate all the work you do. I guess can't say that we're happy that you have had the attrition in your division. that you have, but we recognize it and recognize that you're maxed out. So I hope what we say here, it doesn't reflect a lack of appreciation for all the work that is being done. Yet that said, and we're in a situation that I don't think we would have been in if it weren't for the pandemic and not having the survey. But like you all said, the stock structure question in particular has been there regardless, and is you hear it from the SSC, the team, the advisory panel, the public, that it's one that seems to rise to the top. So I'm really appreciative, and the idea of you coming back in June with a plan and realizing, as you said, there are a lot of conversations to be had. But can you give us a little more about will you be working with the team, the SSC? Is it just the internal conversations that need to happen first? What type of input from the council today might help you with that, if at all? Yeah, could you just give a little more detail on the idea of coming back with a plan in June? And again, yeah, thank you very much appreciate the information and message you just gave to us.
Frank, your hand is up. And Corey, was that, I appreciate the comments you made. Was there a question in there?
Yeah, I could restate it. Could we have a little more information on what they envision on how the plan that Kristen mentioned they'll be bringing back in June? How will that work? Will they be talking to our management team, SSC, advisory subpanel? Is it an internal science center discussion that has to happen first? And is there any guidance we can give today that would be helpful in coming up with that plan? And I don't mean to, and I'm maybe reading too much into what they meant by a plan. So just looking for a little more clarification on what that would involve. And if it's as simple as just you'll have to wait until June, that would be an answer as well.
So Kristen, is there something you can offer now, or is this something we're going to have to wait till June?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll have Annie respond to this. I think just overarchingly to the question, we will definitely have to have an internal debate and discussion within the center. I think to the question about whether there's any guidance that the council might give, it's a good question, Corey, and I had not thought about that. I'm not sure if Annie has. If she has, she can offer thoughts in that regard. And certainly, if we think of something, maybe before the end of the council meeting, we can offer that up. I don't know if there might be a time in a later part of the meeting when we might come back with some suggestions on this. But if not, we can perhaps communicate that in another way. I really do appreciate the offer because there may be things that we think of. Annie?
Yeah, thanks. So I guess so right now, certainly lots of internal conversations need to happen. I need to check schedules, workloads, have conversations with staff, things like that. And like Kristen mentioned, we'll probably be brainstorming ways to bring in some expertise from outside, just my division as well. I appreciate the offer here. I guess kind of reiterating what I said earlier, I found it really helpful to see some prioritization being put forward, specifically the CPS and T, categorize some things. If that's kind of the prioritization that the council as a whole would agree with and endorse, that would be helpful for us to know. Recognizing this recognition that, not all of it can be done before the next benchmark, but it will stay on our radar as we move forward. What can we do to make this benchmark better is I guess my immediate focus at the moment. And so anything along those lines is helpful. If any clarifications, from the language from the sub-body reports needs to be elaborated on, or the council finds value in that, then those are, I think, the two things I would find valuable for us to figure out a plan and come back in June with.
All right, thank you. Corey.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. And yeah, thanks, Kristen and Annie, for those answers. Mr. Chair, I would say, if maybe after, I know we're waiting on a motion here, but if I would, at some point, if we could have a council discussion on what the priorities might be, I would have some thoughts to offer. But I mean, if we just looking for a spot to maybe have those a brief discussion on the priority.
All right, I think that I agree with you, Corey. And while that's not that's under this agenda item, but maybe we'll take this stepwise and try to deal with specs and management measures first. So let me just first see if there's any other discussion, and we will come back to priorities. And if not, maybe we'll get back to that motion. So Brianna, you have a motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, and hopefully Sandra has it to display. Thanks, Sandra. I move that the council adopt the biomass of 28,276 metric tons, an OFL of 5,525 metric tons, a P-star buffer of 0.4, an ABC tier 3 of 3,329 metric tons, an ACL of 3,329 metric tons, and an ACT of 3,000 metric tons. Exempted fishing permit amounts for agenda item E2, attachment 1 would be 10 metric tons. Attachment 2 would be 300 metric tons, and attachment 3 would be 520 metric tons. Incidental landing limit in CPS fisheries of 20%. If landings in the live bait fishery attain 1,800 metric tons, a per landing limit of 1 metric ton of Pacific sardine per trip will apply to the live bait fishery. If the ACT of 3,000 metric tons is attained, a per trip limit of 1 metric ton of sardine applies to all CPS fisheries. An incidental per landing allowance of 2 metric tons of Pacific sardine in non-CPS fisheries until the ACL is reached.
All right, Brianna, the language on the screen is accurate and complete.
Yes, thank you.
I'll look for a second. Seconded by Bob Dooley. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to express my concern about the status of the stock, as has been the case for the past several years. This council has taken major actions, including shutting down the directed fishery that has resulted in federal fishery disaster declarations twice now. In addition, we have reduced the incidental take allowance from 40% down to 20%, which not only limits the take of sardine, but the take of CPS at large. And now the most recent stock status update is telling us that we need to cut take by another 22% down from last year. I realize that the overall reduction is going to be difficult for the various sectors, and it's important to do so to maintain effective rebuilding. In looking at the research set-asides, I think that highlights that we will continue to work together to improve the science to more fully account for the stock that is out there in the ocean. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Brianna. Are there questions for Brianna? Corey Niles.
Yeah, thank you, Brianna. Thank you for the motion and well-spoken, and to share your concern about the stock. And this is just a minor, small question and supportive, but could you maybe articulate a little more? You understand these fisheries; they're happening in your state much more than in the South, much more than elsewhere. But on the one difference I'm noting is the management team recommended an ACT of 3,100. You're recommending 100 metric tons less. So can you elaborate on what that is buying us? I guess it's an extra buffer of 100 metric tons between the ACT and ACL, but how that plays into the incidental landing limits that are triggered. Could you just explain that a little bit? Your thinking there a little bit more. And
sure. Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. Niles. So this is definitely a new situation we're in with setting limits this low and tracking these fish and the various sectors to take into account. And I think we've done a good job in being able to track the landings, and this gives a little bit more buffer to make sure we're doing that. In addition, it takes into account some of the public comment that they'd like to see a reduction overall. And so I'm trying to balance some of the viewpoints and some of the potential concerns.
Did that answer your question, Corey?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Brianna, for the motion. But just speaking in favor of it, I too share the concerns that you expressed about the status of the stock. I know there's some differences of opinion about the stock itself, as we've heard. With, the information that's being brought forward to us, the minimum stock size threshold being 50,000 metric tons, and here we are with an estimated biomass estimate of 28,000 and some change. So even if the stock is twice as abundant as these numbers might indicate, we'd still be in a bad place relative to the status of this resource. Same time, I appreciate the effort to try to balance our conservation efforts with recognition that there is some of this stock that is going to be taken as bycatch and targeting other species. But even at that, the approach that you've taken here will serve to constrain some of those, as well as some of the pieces in the motion that deal with putting some limitations on the live bait fishery if the take gets up to a higher level or starts to approach the estimate that we have for that. And there is some uncertainty, certainly, as we move forward into 2021 and what the implications of the pandemic are on fishing effort in the recreational fishery. I also appreciate the ACT understanding that it's a small amount to go from 31 down to 3,000, but I think it demonstrates the commitment that we have to rebuilding the resource. So with all that, I just speak in favor of it. I would ask one question of you, Brianna. I noted that you reduced the set aside for the biological sampling EFP from 620 down to 520. I support that. I was concerned with the 620. I don't 520 better, but I just wondered if you could address what was there a particular method by which you came up with a reduction from 620 to 520, or was it simply an indication of concern about the resource and not having larger amounts for these EFPs than might be necessary to gain the scientific information we're looking for?
Thank you, Phil, and thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I believe that it was somewhere around the minimum of what Diane said would be workable and how she was trying to make this pan out.
Okay, thank you.
Does that answer your question, Phil?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Brianna.
Further questions for the maker of the motion or discussion on the motion? Brad Pettinger.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Rolnick. Yeah, I just like to support the motion. I think it's reasonable. I think it's practical, and I think it's the right one for where we're at. I think it does barely meet the needs of the community, the live bait fishery, and it provides fish to hopefully properly assess the species here in the future, realizing there is no commercial directed fishery on it. I heard a number which I kind of wondered about as far as what was the removals of the live bait fishery, and I heard 1,000 tons or more. And I just kind of thinking about that as far as the taking an ecosystem approach to this fishery, and that's why I had the question earlier about what eats sardines, and kind of makes you wonder as far as how many tons of sardines does 1,000 metric tons of fish caught in the live bait fishery consume each year? And so I know we haven't talked about that, I don't believe, but it'd be very interesting to see what the diet is of those fish, and maybe that the removal of those fish actually might be a plus in the sardine category at the end of the year. And so it's certainly not a negative, but anyway, I appreciate the motion, and I'll be supporting it if I don't have the gavel by then. Thank you.
Louis Zim.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And Brad, it's a little bit difficult to put into numbers your question. If I may, real quickly, let me tell you the situation. The situation is that these sardines are caught generally very close to the coast, generally within 2 miles of the coast, in areas that have strong upwelling and a lot of productivity, in areas that don't have a lot of game fish. And then these sardines, as you witnessed, are taken out to say 30 to 100 miles offshore to try to attract and catch the tunas and yellowtail and dorado, which may be in fact feeding on sardines. However, we've seen in the last few years that they've been mostly feeding on anchovies, and the years before that, pelagic red crabs. So it's a very hard thing to connect up. I see your point in that if we are taking predators of sardines away, does that help the sardine stock? And I think that would be a very difficult thing to work on. Thank you.
Maggie Summer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to speak in support of the motion. I won't repeat, but just note that I support remarks made earlier by Corey and by Phil, as well as Brianna's comments in speaking to her motion. After really careful review of all of the information provided to us, I agree that the specifications and the management measures proposed here are appropriate given the current status of the stock and conditions and the needs of the fishing communities. In particular, I think the choice of Sigma was a good one and appropriately reflects the greater uncertainty in what we are using as assessment results for this, and that the 22% reduction from last year that Brianna noted achieves that. I do think the P-star buffer of 0.4 here is appropriate. I appreciate the management team's reminder to us that is intended to account for management uncertainty, and think that's appropriate to leave it at that level for now, given our current ability that we have in place to track catches of this stock. In addition, I really wanted to appreciate all of the thought put into kind of how this relates to the research and data needs and the bigger picture. And I both by the advisory bodies and the information we have in our briefing book, but also the public testimony we heard today from a number of folks, and then the information provided by Drs. Cook and Yao. I think we all recognize there's, of course, some pretty emergent needs for improvements here, and really look forward to hearing more about those in June. With that, again, thanks for the motion. I support it.
Further discussion on the motion. Louis Zim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I wanted to make clear that I am supporting this motion. And in addition, I would like to extend my thanks to the commercial passenger fishing vessels in their efforts to constrain the amount of use. They have actively worked to limit their amount that they're using by keeping the sardines on board. There is a cost to that. If you run out 100 miles and at 50 miles, at 50 gallons per mile, or whatever they have to run on these bigger boats, and then you have to run back the 100 miles and you have to carry that 1,000 gallons of water back with you, your fuel expenditure is going to go up. So in the old days when I was captain of these boats, we generally let those sardines go. Well, it goes back in the environment. That's good. But now they're held on board with a cost of more fuel so that we can conserve this stock to be used the next day or throughout the week. And as a matter of fact, these sardines get stronger as you keep them on board and you actually have to feed them. So there has been an active effort by the fleet to lower the amount of sardines that they're actually going through. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that, Louis. Any further discussion on the motion? All right, I'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed,
Aye.
no. Abstentions?
Frank Lockhart abstains.
Thank you, Frank. So with the exception of that one abstention, the motion passes with all votes. Thank you very much. We have some additional work on this agenda item, but I'm going to hand off the gavel to Vice Chair Pettinger to conclude this agenda item. Brad?
Thank you, Chair Gerolnik, and we'll move here. So, okay. With that, I'm actually looking at this thing and Carrie, let's. I thought that motion took care of what I see for council action. What else do we need to do here?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair and Chair. I think that what Mark was probably referring to was this notion of prioritizing research and data needs and looking ahead to assessments. I actually heard quite a bit about that from Kristen Cook and Annie Yao. So I guess I would look back to the council to see if there's a desire for continued guidance or discussion on the research priorities. But I think that was the unfinished business, if any. And I see Frank's hand is up, so maybe he can help us out here.
I see that. Frank?
Don't want to prematurely conclude discussion on this, but I'm wondering if this discussion, if we're going to get in any level of detail, makes more sense for June. We will have the report from the Southwest Fisheries Science Center kind of on the specific items and also a better idea of what can be done and potentially by when, and a little bit better idea of resources necessary to tackle them. Whereas right now, we don't have that information. So, so I don't want to cut off the conversation, but I do think we would be much more efficient to have such a conversation in June. But now I'm wondering if there's actually something on the council agenda for June. But anyway, I don't think, I guess there's still a lot of unanswered questions to really get into detail on this prioritization. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thanks, Frank. The hands are actually lining up like planes on an aircraft carrier here. So Maggie Summer.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. One thing I heard earlier was that it would be helpful to hear council to weigh in on the prioritization offered in the management team's report. I would say that I support that prioritization. I appreciate the response that Lorna provided when I asked her a question earlier about their relative prioritization of reevaluating EMSY, certainly recognizing that that is also in need of such reevaluation, and it is a significant need, but it made sense to me to prioritize relatively how the team had it. And I think that if the council has other thoughts that anyone wants to offer on this relative prioritization, that might help the Science Center with what they are bringing to us hopefully in June. The other thing I wanted to note was Dr. Cook's offer to think about whether there is any useful guidance that the council might be able to offer at this meeting to them. And I would think that maybe if something does occur to them over the next few days or the course of this meeting, then the council might have an opportunity to weigh in on that during our future meeting planning and workload planning item next Thursday. Thanks.
Thank you, Maggie. Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks. I think I'm much in agreement with Maggie in response to what Frank said. I don't think the council should get into a detailed discussion on setting priorities here, but I was more thinking of giving some inclination to the Science Center which way we might be leaning, so they can bring it just to inform what they bring back in June or hopefully June. So so I would just echo what Maggie said, but I would and with more narrowly that the subpopulation question and what can be done was in the team's statement. It was also in SSC's in the question and answer, at least it came out loud and clear that is a big issue with the assessment. So I would just put in maybe stating the obvious that I hope that one will be, presumed to be one of our priorities. I agree with the relative priorities that Maggie just went over in the management team's report. yeah, again, just envisioning what we were doing here was what Annie and Kristen said about maybe providing a little information on helping them helping their conversations and what they bring back to us.
Very good. Okay. Thank you, Corey. Further discussion or recommendations? Chuck Tracy, Chuck?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I have to raise my hand on one machine and talk on the other. But I guess the question did get raised of, what do we have on the agenda in June? And right now we've got the mackerel assessment and update and management measures and the CSNA framework report. So I guess if there's contemplation of what might be brought in front of the council in June, we should address it. If not now, then under workload planning. But I guess I would just encourage the council to be prepared to address that at some point.
Okay. Very good. Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Well, Carrie, seeing no more hands, do we have enough there? I guess we could discuss workload planning. We could further, not necessarily this agenda item, but this topic then.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. If there's no further discussion on workload planning or priorities, you have finished your business here for this agenda item. I think the motion was comprehensive. It addressed the tasks and the actions that you needed to take. You've heard the Southwest Center offer to come back in June with some more detailed information on what they can or can't pursue in the future. And there's a pretty good body here between the SSC and CPSAS and CPSMT as far as advisory body priorities, and there's been good discussion here on the council floor. So with that, I do believe you've finished your business for this agenda item.
Very good. Thank you for that, and thank you everyone for the hard work on this agenda item. Before we go to the D4, I believe we're going to have a break. And so how about, see, it's 2:23, 2:24. How about 2:35? We'll come back, unless someone has a different time they'd like to suggest. But let's go with that. Okay, we'll get started on D4 here momentarily. So take your seats. Okay, we're back, and on D4, and I would look to Robin to start us off. Robin?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. This is agenda item D4 and the Southern Oregon, Northern California Coast Coho Endangered Species Act consultation. Consistent with the stipulated agreement and motion to stay case reached between the Hoopa Valley Tribe and the National Marine Fisheries Service, or NMFS, NMFS and the Council are in the midst of a process to develop a harvest control rule for the Sonk Coho. The Council formed an ad hoc Sonk Coho work group, and the Council adopted a terms of reference and timeline to describe the work's purpose, membership, milestones, and timeline. The work group's primary task is to develop a range of harvest control alternatives for the Council consideration, from which the Council would adopt a preferred alternative for recommendation to NMFS. The work is anticipated to be completed with 18 months from the work group's initial meeting, which occurred June 2020. Under this timeline, a final preferred alternative would be considered at the November 2021 Council meeting. If changes to the Sonk Coho Harvest Control Rule are adopted for implementation, then an amendment to the Salmon Fishery Management Plan may be needed. The work group intends to provide a supplemental progress report summarizing work performed since their last report to the Council, which was in November 2020, and a status of the risk assessment and potential harvest control rules being developed in prep for the Council consideration at the June 2021 meeting. So your action today is to review the progress that the work group has made in developing the risk assessment and range of alternatives, and provide any guidelines or guidance as necessary. Under this agenda item, I'm pulling it up now. I think all you have is the work group's report under agenda item D4. They have the supplemental work group report 1, and then any public comments if received. So that completes my overview. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Robin. Questions for Robin before we get started? Okay, thank you. And we'll go to the work group and Dr. O'Farrell. Mike?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I will be referring to agenda item D4A, Supplemental Sonk Coho Work Group Report 1. The Southern Oregon, Northern California Coast Coho Ad Hoc Work Group was formed by the PFMC in April 2020 with the primary task of developing harvest control alternatives for Council consideration. At the November 2020 Council meeting, the work group submitted a progress report and a preliminary risk assessment report for Council consideration. Since the November meeting, the work group has met for work sessions in January and March of 2021. Substantial progress has been made on the Sonk Coho risk assessment since November, including 1, estimation of productivity and capacity for Sonk Coho population units with sufficient data. 2, estimation of past ocean and freshwater exploitation rates to establish a baseline for comparison of alternatives. 3, investigation of how environmental variables and survival rate estimates could be used in Sonk Coho assessment and management. 4, evaluation of potential abundance forecast methods. 5, updating the risk assessment model. And 6, using the risk assessment model to evaluate how both abundance-based and constant exploitation rate control rules affect population status and harvest. In the preliminary risk assessment report provided to the Council in November 2020, only the constant exploitation rate control rules were evaluated. Implementation of abundance-based control rules will require an abundance will require abundance forecasts for Coho population units or population aggregates. A variety of abundance forecast approaches have been investigated by the work group, and some analysis is ongoing. There are substantial challenges to making abundance forecasts for Coho population units owing to data gaps, the timeliness of data needed for annual forecasting, and the potential that some monitoring programs may not reliably provide the data needed on an annual basis. The work group is also examining the feasibility of implementing abundance-based approaches based on wild Coho seeding levels, marine survival, and hatchery jack indices. The work group continues to refine the evaluation of abundance-based and constant exploitation rate control rules. Following the April meeting, the work group will work on development and evaluation of harvest control alternatives for council consideration. An updated and revised risk assessment report will be submitted for the June 2021 council meeting. The work group currently has 4 meetings scheduled between now and the November 2021 council meeting. Those are on May 12th, July 7th, August 10th, and October 13th, when the council is, and it is at the November 2021 council meeting where the council is scheduled to select the final preferred alternative. And in closing, the work group appreciates the support of the council in any direction the council might be able to give at this time. That concludes our statement.
Okay. Thank you, Mike. Questions for Mike on the work group report? Susan Bishop. Susan?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Dr. O'Farrell, in looking at sort of that second to the last paragraph and the current June draft agenda, it's not clear whether the Coho agenda item is actually on the June agenda item or on the June agenda. That would be the first time that the council will see the report that we presented, which will be a lot of information to take in. And we also, in the terms of reference that the work group had adopted, I noticed that we had multiple opportunities for advisory bodies to weigh in. We had presentations to the SSC and the STT also outlined in that schedule. So I'm interested in your thoughts on what ramifications it would have if the work group, if there was not the range of alternatives presented to the council or the information presented to the council for which to select, apologies, a range of alternatives.
Mr. Vice Chair, Ms. Bishop, yeah, we have been looking towards the June council meeting as an important point in this work group's progress, where we would have what I hope to be a fully fleshed out risk assessment report presented to the council and their advisory bodies. If that were not to happen, if this Coho was not on the council's June agenda, that would leave the September meeting and the November meeting, at which time final action is supposed to be taken. And I think that one of the concerns that at least I would have about that, if skipping over the June meeting, would be that when we do meet with advisory bodies like the SSC, STT, and there are suggestions or critiques of the risk assessment model, we would have very little time to implement them prior to taking final action, and less time for the public to interact or to become familiar with the work that the work group is doing. So those are the concerns that I would see for putting this off until so close to the timing for final action.
Okay. Brett Cormos. Brett?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Dr. O'Farrell. In reading and listening to read the report from the work group in terms of an update, there are a number of items there that are listed in terms of progress. I think what's more difficult to ascertain from this report is what, substantive or time-consuming work remains to be done. I ask because I see the work group has one meeting listed there between now and the June meeting. So not a whole heck of a lot of time to make substantive progress between now and then, at least in terms of the work group coming together. I note in here that the report suggests the work group is examining abundance-based approaches based on wild coho seeding levels and marine survival, hatchery jack indices. But to this point in work group proceedings, I have not seen that come to light. And so that's just an example of one of the things I think may still be outstanding. But can you give us a sense of how achievable a complete or near complete risk assessment is by June, by sharing what, in your view at least, is still outstanding?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Cormos. Yeah, I can take a crack at that. There is substantial work to do, prior to the briefing book deadline for the June council meeting. And in particular, you brought up the matrix-based approach, the looking at wild coho seeding levels, marine survival, and hatchery jack index. That is sort of in the conceptual phase right now, and it has not been evaluated with a risk assessment model. So the work is ongoing with that. We've had follow-up calls with subsets of the work group since the last full work group meeting, and progress is being made on that. There is quite a bit of work to do on the report, but a lot has been done since the November council meeting already, and I think that work group members are going to be very busy, following this council meeting up until the briefing book deadline for June, should we be coming to see the council in June. There has been work done on abundance forecasts, but as of right now, we are not including specific abundance forecasts in the evaluation of the abundance-based harvest control rules, but we are including a possibility for forecast error, just regardless of the form of the abundance forecast. So yes, there are still a number of things to work out, and people are actively working on them right now as we speak.
Okay. Further questions for the work group? Okay. Thanks, Mike. I guess we don't go far because we may have some questions for you later. All right. Seeing no more questions, I guess I didn't see any cards in on this item. So that should take us to council discussion and guidance, if I'm correct. Okay. Anyway, so if memory serves me right, we go up or down the coast, and I think I'll start with Washington and maybe Kyle Addicks. Kyle, you have anything for us?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I do not. I will let Oregon and California lead the discussion on this one.
Thank you. I'll look to Chris Kern next. Chris?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair. My audio working okay?
It is. Yep.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I don't have a lot to offer at the moment. Appreciate the the discussion and Mr. Cormo's discussion with Dr. O'Farrell. Lots of work left to do. Not a lot of time left to do it. I don't have any great ideas to make that better. So curious if others do, but I think we just keep plugging away and see how we do here. Don't have much more to offer at the moment.
Great. Very good. And California, Brett?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Given that all we have at this point is an update and nothing really to sink our teeth into with respect to guidance, I don't have anything further, at least in that vein. I think it's clear to everybody that there is a significant amount of work left to do, and getting it done by June is not a foregone conclusion. I do think that the work group update may have, I don't want to say de-emphasized, but not made as quite the impression as maybe it should have with respect to the feasibility around forecasts. But again, I don't want to be pre-decisional on that either. But I have been following along and am concerned about getting this done and doing it right, and also meeting these deadlines that we have for ourselves in terms of the June, September, and November council meetings. It's just similar to other work group processes that we've been through where timelines that we set for ourselves were ambitious and ultimately not achievable. And we should continue to strive, as Mr. Kern said, to get there. But I think we should also be prepared for the potential that we don't, at least in terms of getting there by June and then November. But I will wait and see and follow along and hope for the best.
Very good. Thank you, Brett. Well, certainly it's, I guess, what Mike had to say about as far as the June agenda and the ramifications potentially of not being on there. Something for later this week. Okay, further discussion from any input from the council? Before I go to Carrie, Robin? Chuck Tracy. Chuck?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Just to kind of reiterate your last point there, that and Mike's point about getting this on the June agenda. I guess I would, just like I mentioned in the last agenda item, when they were talking about putting something on the June agenda, you council members should be prepared to identify your priorities for June. We've got a few items in the purgatory box, which includes Coho ESA consultation, one of them. There's another one that's not in there, which now is some business on the Sardine prioritization for some research and assessment items. So again, you need to have your discussions internally to see which of those things you're prepared to support for June when we get to workload planning. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chuck. It's good to be thinking about that as this meeting goes along. So, okay. And with that, I guess, Robin, how are we doing here?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'm shaking my head a big yes. You have had a pretty good discussion with the work group about the work they've done so far and what lays ahead, which is a pretty big mountain, if you will. But with that, I think your discussion was a good one. And with that, I think you fulfilled the action under this agenda item.
Okay, very good. And I'm looking at, are we ready for D3 by chance yet?
Mr. Vice Chair? Mr.
Yes.
Vice Chair?
Yes, sorry.
Well, yeah, I don't believe we are. The email conversations we've been having indicate that there's nothing substantive to do this afternoon. So unless I see some hands shooting up from around the virtual table here, I'm going to recommend that we delay D3 until Monday and probably do that first thing Monday morning, so that we can provide some time for people to provide some meaningful guidance, and then the team working on the analysis as quickly as possible after that. So that's my recommendation at this point. So, but if some of the states or tribes have any other thoughts on that, I'm certainly open to reconsider that.
Okay. Very good. Okay, Chris Kern. Chris?
Working on it. Sorry, unmute button. Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Chuck, did you say first thing in the morning? And is that necessary, or could we get a little time preparatory before the council starts that morning? Is that possible?
Yeah, that's possible. I guess it was my suggestion, just thinking that hopefully people have had enough time by then. But if you'd like some time, I'm sure we could. Again, we're flexible with Salmon and whatever time is needed. But this is Friday afternoon, and we have to decide what we're going to do. Well, we should decide what we're going to do Monday morning, so people are prepared. But if that's the desire of the Salmon folks, we can certainly accommodate that.
Quick follow-up, if I might. Yep. So 8 o'clock start for regular council. I mean, it's conceivable, just kind of thinking out loud, we could rally up in the morning like we normally do and potentially polish off any extra work. It was just a question. I don't know if other people's, not something I feel super strongly about at the moment, just a question. So be interested if anybody else has questions on that.
Looks like they do.
Yes, they do. Okay, Kyle Addicks. Kyle?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'm not sure yet what the weekend holds for us meeting-wise, but I would suggest that if we didn't take it up first thing, I would be more likely to have something of substance to bring. I can't anticipate the timing beyond that, but 8 o'clock, I would be less likely to have something of substance to bring to the council.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Kyle. And Brett Cormos. Brett?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Yeah, I'm thirding, I think, or reflecting the comments made by Mr. Kern and Mr. Addicks. I also don't know what the weekend holds in terms of meetings. However, I think we should allow for some time on Monday morning to ensure that we come to the council sometime, perhaps late morning or midday, with something useful in terms of guidance.
Okay. Thank you. And Joe Oatman. Joe?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And if I could maybe weigh in on this. So I understand that some of the tribal discussions are still a bit challenging, not just with respect to nature of the discussions, but having some key people involved in those. There's been some issues with that due to certain reasons. And so I would suggest if we can push that back later in the day, I think that would probably work best for the tribes. I don't anticipate that there'll be any real movement reached, by Monday morning. So if we can give as much time, I think they would appreciate that.
Yeah, you bet, Joe. I think we're pretty flexible here, right? We have a fairly full morning on Monday, but we have knocked a couple of items off, so take note of that. And okay, any other comments before we go?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chair, that all sounds fine to me. I guess based on what I've heard, I guess I would suggest that we at least get through groundfish, the 3 groundfish items, before we consider going on to salmon. Or alternatively, we could just put it at the end of the day. So it doesn't sound like there's any expected urgency in terms of turning that analysis around prior to the end of the day on Monday. So.
Okay. Well, we'll be flexible, and we'll go with that for now. So very good. Well, with that, Chuck, I guess I haven't closed the meeting yet, but I guess we'll thank everybody for all their hard work, and we'll see everybody. We'll see everybody here at 8 o'clock on Monday. So have a great weekend.
Thank you. We're in case of salmon in the afternoon.
True. All right, guys.